Good afternoon and welcome to bill hearings for the House Health and Government Operations Committee. I'm your chairman, Jocelyn Peña-Melnick, joined by my vice chair, Bonnie Collison. I'm going to go through some of the rules in this committee just to make our life easier. I kindly ask for your patience if we encounter any technical or streaming issues. And you know, we've been saying that and it never happened, but then last week it happened a couple times, so it does happen. Please set your devices, and I'll do that myself, to vibrate. As a reminder, there's no food or drink allowed in the gallery because staff doesn't have the time to clean up after ourselves, okay? Here, where you'll see that we will drink, but that's because we're here for hours and we need to keep hydrated. I'm now going to go through the rules regarding testimony in this committee. For each bill, we're going to hear from the bill sponsor and the sponsor panel, followed by all in-person witnesses. And it's going to go this way: favorable, favorable with amendment, and unfavorable. Then all virtual witnesses. If there are a large number of witnesses, I will alternate between the favorables and unfavorables just to give everyone a fair chance of being heard and to be balanced. I have decided in this committee not to limit the sponsor testimony. However, please be mindful and don't abuse it. While all the other witnesses will have 2 minutes to provide testimony. There's a timer displayed on the screen at the witness panel, and a sound will play when your time has expired. I do not want to interrupt you, so please, when you hear that, wrap it up really quickly. For the committee members, I want to start by saying thank you. I know you're working really hard. Our days are getting longer, and they will get longer because we're more than halfway through, 6 weeks away from sine die, and we still have so much work to do. So I am really grateful that you come and you're here present. Thank you so much. Please adhere to your usual committee rules of 1 question and 1 answer, and please keep the question brief. Remember that you can talk to people offline, you can email, and that we do all the work on subcommittee. Members of the public will be able to view the live stream of this hearing on the Maryland General Assembly website and on YouTube. Today we will hear the bills in the following order. However, I reserve the right to change that. Do not get upset, because a lot depends on whether my members, if you don't see them in their chair, it doesn't mean that they're being disrespectful. Is that they have hearings in other committees, and they'll be back and they have access to the recording. Sometimes I have to change it because I don't have the witnesses, or the sponsor is stuck in another committee, so I have to be flexible. So I ask you to give me some grace to be able to make those decisions. For now, at what time is it? At 1:15, this is the order, but it may change. House Bill 1422, Delegate McCaskill. House Bill 12, if you can come up, please, and bring your panel. House Bill 1279, House Bill 1334, House Bill 662, House Bill 738, House Bill 664, House Bill 696, House Bill 580, House Bill 699, House Bill 723, House Bill 776, House Bill 602, House Bill 1251, and then House Bill 838. For those, for my colleagues who are listening from your offices or committee, please just stay on top of it because the order may change, okay? But I will work with you. So good afternoon. House Bill 1422, Delegate McCaskill, State Government, Maryland Reparations Commission. How are you?
I am well. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you and good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Co-Chair, and the esteemed colleagues of HGO. For the record, I am Delegate Alethea McCaskill, and I'm asking for a favorable report on HB 1422. Today marks a pivotal moment in Maryland's history as we gather to address an issue that has lingered in the background for far too long. HB 1422 calls on the state to establish a commission tasked with studying reparations for the descendants of those who were enslaved within the borders of Maryland. This is not just a symbolic gesture. It is a concrete step towards acknowledging the deep-rooted injustices that continue to reverberate through the lives of Maryland today. Historical records show just how integral slavery has been in Maryland, from our colony's founding in 1634 until abolition in 1864. By the 19th century, enslaved Marylanders, people were laboring in every corner of Maryland, fueling industry from wheat harvesting to ship caulking. During these 2 centuries, Black Americans fueled Maryland's economic growth, and their forced labor allowed the state to become the political, social, and economic superpower it is today. The legacy of slavery is not a distant memory. The effects are palpable today, manifested in economic disparities and social injustices that persist in communities throughout the state. The past is the past, but there is a moral obligation to confront our legacy head on and take meaningful actions to address this lasting impact. I would like to take this opportunity to emphasize to the members of this committee and the public that the intent behind this bill is only to create a commission charged with studying reparations in Maryland. This bill will not impose any form of restitution for Black Marylanders right now, only to make recommendations to the state. This commission's recommendations may extend beyond monetary compensation to other essential areas such as education, childcare, and housing. Maryland has been a brave leader in taking accountability for her role in slavery. In 2000, our earlier colleagues in the Maryland General Assembly created a commission to coordinate the study, commemoration, and impact of slavery's history and legacy. And 7 years later, both houses officially expressed their regret for the role Maryland played in maintaining the institution of slavery. Now we have the chance to follow their footsteps. Reparations for the descendants of the enslaved are not meant to be handouts or empty gestures. They do, however, recognize the unpaid debts owed to the descendants of those who suffered the oppression of slavery. They are about acknowledging the generational wealth that was built on the backs of enslaved labor and intergenerational trauma that continues to haunt the Black American families here in Maryland to this day. By establishing a commission to study reparations, we are not just seeking answers, we are paving the way for a more equitable future. We are creating space for dialogue, reconciliation, and affirming the dignity and the worth of every individual whose ancestors endured unimaginable suffering in the name of profit and power. So I urge this committee, my fellow legislators, to stand on the right side of history and support HB 1422. I'm thanking you in advance. I look forward to the conversations to maneuver through this reconciliation. And Madam Chair, I just want to say thank you for all that you have done to help me through leadership to support this bill. Thank you.
Next, please.
Oh, me? No, that's you. Go first.
Oh, it's me. Okay.
Here you go.
Davon Love, Director of Public Policy, Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle. Malcolm X once said in response to a question about whether or not he was satisfied with the progress that Black folks had made in America, that you can't put a knife in a person's back 9 inches, pull it out 3, and say you've made progress. You can't pull the knife entirely out and say you've made progress. You've had to begin to heal the wound in order to say that progress has been made. Prior to the intervention of the project of European colonialism, peoples of African descent had sovereign territories that had control of the life-preserving institutions necessary for people to navigate civil society, whether that was food distribution, medicine, instruments of maternal health and wellness, transportation. As a people of African descent today do not have that level of ownership of critical industries and institutions such that we are reliant on the benevolence of folks outside of our community to protect our interests. So studying the damage that has been done to people of African descent in the state of Maryland is important, not just for the purpose of thinking about direct cash compensation, which that's one of the things that should be on the table. But when we talk about reparations, we're not merely just talking about cash compensation. We're talking about the importance of investing in the ecosystem of institutions that our community needs to be able to be in an agenda-setting posture as it relates to investments that are made in our community. And unfortunately, the investments that are often made in our communities are often made from a primarily human service framework, which isn't necessarily problematic. Those are things that are necessary. But our community needs a broader set of institutions that we control, that we operate, that there are resources dedicated to looking at governance, like how do these institutions relate to each other to advance the collective interests of folks of African descent. And so studying the damage done to peoples of African descent in Maryland is necessary to look at not just, again, cash compensation, which should be on the table, but what are the nature of the kinds of investments that will be necessary such that we can have more control over the life-preserving institutions in our community. Thank you.
You want me to go next?
Okay.
Good afternoon to the great members of the Health and Government Operations Committee. Especially, I am so Prince George's proud to call Delegate and Chair Pena Melnick a Prince Georgian. It is an honor to be here, and to your Vice Chair, Delegate Cullison. It's great to be here. My name is Wanika Fisher. I'm a council member for District 2, and of course I have to recognize my Delegate Tavares as well, who is in this committee, and we are very proud of her. I come here before on behalf of the County Council to support HB 1422. The Prince George's County Council actually passed an entire resolution, so that's our own legislation process, CB 5, to support reparations, a commission to research reparations for the state of Maryland. I just want to give you all a little different and a local perspective. You will not be the first state to set up a reparations commission. States like California and New York have already begun. Some are 2 to 5 years old. Areas in Eastern Illinois and more. And reparations is not just about righting a wrong. It's about unearthing our history and healing. In Prince George's County alone, there are actually 12 known plantations that existed. Fair Running, Northampton, DeBlaine, Melwood Park, Oxon Hill Manor, Harmony Hall, Wantwater, Bellefields, Darnell's Delight, Lingsby, Anchovy Hills, and Elizabeth's Delight. 12 plantations. And I think it's important to know on a local level, not only how these plantations impacted the economy, but impacted people's lives. And particularly in Prince George's County, we can see the impacts of slavery on our community every single day in the lack of equity we have in Black and brown communities. This commission will not only unearth our history that is built by great champions. You all know Harriet Tubman. You all know Frederick Douglass. If a state like Maryland can't pass a reparations commission, I don't know what state can. Thank you. It's good to see you.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Dr. Robert Turner, pastor of Empowerment Temple. I would like to just ask you all a question, a rhetorical question. On your way home today, if you found that your child was kidnapped and sold away to a place you've never seen before, and your child was forced to be enslaved in a place where she didn't know the language, and put on an auction block, your child that you birthed, that you raised, and then your child had children. You never could meet them. You never saw them. And your child and your child's child grew up in this society, and one day they thought that they were free. And in that freedom, they were attacked by state-sanctioned terrorism. They were denied the right to participate. This is your grandchildren. Denied the right to participate, denied the right to learn, to read or write. These are your grandchildren. And when they started their own areas, they were destroyed by racial terror. And then your great-great-grandchildren, growing up in this society, now having the opportunity to get some redress. What would you want the elected officials to do for your great-grandchildren? The state of Maryland has over 650 commissions. The state of Maryland has over 650 commissions, not one of them to repair and redress the harm that happened to your grandchildren. I'm not asking you to do anything unusual that you wouldn't do for yourself. God bless you in your proceedings.
On your panel. Okay, I'm going to open it up for questions now. I want to start by saying thank you for being here, and thank you to the sponsor for working with the Black Caucus and the drafting and the committee as well. I'm going to open it up for questions now and see if there are any questions from the committee. I don't see any questions. That does not mean you did not do a good job, okay? Sometimes it just means that it's pretty clear, okay? So thank you very much for, for just taking the time and for being here, all right? I'm going to call the rest of the witnesses as well. Thank you. I have Lois Rosado, Trish Floyd, and Nicole Bruno. If you'll be so kind. Okay. May I have the Attorney General office? Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I go first?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I'm pretty nervous. I've never done this before.
You don't have to be nervous. You're here, you're going to be treated with kindness and respect, and just speak from the heart and just tell us why you're here, okay? Pretend that we're your friends, all right?
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
My name is Trish Floyd, and I am here on behalf of the Maryland Lynch and Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I am the project manager that works through the Office of Attorney General, and we are in favor and support of House Bill 1422, as well as support for how the Maryland Reparations Commission can build upon the significant work that the Maryland Truth and Reconciliation Commission has undertaken to provide justice for Marylanders who have been affected by racial terror lynching. This commission has been put in place to lift up the legacy and tear down the racial terror lynchings in Maryland, and to be a catalyst to restore justice and communities that have been impacted by these events. To that end, the commission is encouraged by the recent introduction of House Bill 1422, which aligns with the spirit of its work and believes that it's a crucial step towards addressing the systematic injustices that have long affected Maryland's Black communities. Together, we can stand and work towards a more just future. I had a lot more, but I'm going to skip forward in respect of time. Obviously, there is some Maryland history around racial terror lynching. These impacts have included racial wealth gap, disparity of education, and over-representation in the criminal justice system. The work that I've done with the commissioners since 2023, and even beforehand, this commission was founded 6 years ago. They have held 12 hearings throughout Baltimore County and as well as Baltimore City. We have connected with numerous descendants and even the perpetrators of lynchings, the family members. We've also received dozens of recommendations.
Don't worry, it's your first time. You could take another minute. Go ahead.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
This upcoming April 4th and 5th, we will be hosting an additional hearing where we will be focusing on exploring the legislative remedies to address the legacy of racial terror lynching. In December of 2025, we will publish the final report with key findings for recommendations, and we stand in favorable support of this bill.
And you did amazing.
Thank you so much.
Very clear, okay?
Thank you
Good
so
job.
much.
You're welcome. Ms. Rosado.
Good afternoon, esteemed members. of this committee, and Delegate Martinez is my delegate. It's wonderful to see you.
He's a good one.
I am Dr. Lois Rosado, and this is my colleague, Dr. Denise Nattison. We represent the Greenbelt Reparations Commission that was established by the citizens of Greenbelt in 2021 to research and make recommendations for harms done to African Americans and Native Americans in Greenbelt. This testimony is in support of House Bill 1422 and Senate Bill 0587 to establish a Maryland Reparations Commission to rectify harms done to Black American Marylanders during and after enslavement. In 1614, the Maryland Assembly codified a race-based law that enslaved African people and any children born to enslaved mothers for life. Maryland chattel slavery lasted until November 1st, 1864, when African people were emancipated. Enslaved Africans built Maryland's economy, while the families of slave owners reaped the benefits from their uncompensated labor. After emancipation, Black American Marylanders continued to face Jim Crow laws that fostered segregation, voter suppression, housing discrimination, and exclusion from economic benefits. Black Marylanders have significantly less wealth than white Marylanders due to discriminatory policies like redlining, unequal access to education or health care, exclusion from economic programs that benefited mostly white people. The demand for reparations is not new. Brenda Sutton sued the Royals in 1783 for 50 years of enslavement. Callie Howes and Isaiah Dickerson established the Mutual Relief Bounty and Pension Association for reparations to enslaved people in 1897, and of course in 1988, Japanese Americans were given compensation for being interred.
You can
Finish. The legacy of slavery.
You can finish, don't worry.
The legacy of slavery and systemic racism has left an undeniable mark on the state and residents of Maryland. We urge you to support this bill to establish the State Reparations Commission and amend historical harms. Thank you for the consideration.
And thank you for your work and for coming here. We appreciate it. Next is Nicole Bruno. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Nicole Bruno. I'm a PG County resident, and I'm here today to voice my strong support for establishing the Maryland Reparations Commission. The culture of white supremacy is like the ocean we swim in, so pervasive that many white people often don't see it, much like a fish unaware of the water it swims in. We are witnessing a pandemic right now of hate, cruelty, and erasure, attempting to tear us apart and leave hopelessness in its wake. And make no mistake, it's intentional. Yet I hold on to hope. Dr. King said, quote, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice." What he didn't say is that that arc bends only when enough people demand something different, when policy protects rather than controls, and when leaders have the courage to do what's right, especially when it feels perilous. I know some will oppose this commission, arguing that now is not the right time, or that this issue is a relic of the past. Establishing a reparations commission is not a finishing line, it's a starting point. Throughout history, people have drummed their way into new realities, including Harriet Tubman envisioning freedom from slavery, and our founding fathers rejecting the rule of a king. The futures we take for granted today began as radical ideas. If we do not even allow the conversation to begin, we ensure that revisionist history remains unchallenged and injustice continues unchecked. I believe Maryland has the courage to step into this moment with leadership and conviction, and I am deeply grateful to live in a state that prioritizes protecting the most vulnerable as much as its most powerful. As someone advocating for this commission, I also recognize the critical role of white allies, which is why I'm here today. Acknowledging historical injustice and working towards reparations is not the responsibility of Black communities. It requires collective action, solidarity, and support from those in positions of power. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are the strength of our country's legacy, not its burden, and we have responsibility towards that legacy. I hope Maryland is brave enough to sow seeds of hope and justice today and begin by allowing this conversation to take place. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to open it up for questions now, and I want to thank each and every one of you for coming, okay? Are there any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you so much, okay? Next, we're going to go with favorable with amendment. We have first Candace Grant, followed by Vincent Fry, then Tony Pierce, and last, Ms. Sandy Ally. Will you be so kind and come up, take a seat? And as soon as you sit down, whoever would like to be brave and start. And welcome to HGO.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Delegate McCaskill, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Vincent Fry, and I'm a member of the American Descendants of Slavery Advocacy Foundation. I also serve as the Policy and Research Chair for the state of Maryland. This is a good bill. The evolution of the scope and the approach is noteworthy. It really speaks to a well-considered and adaptive process that is reflected in the legislation. And it's evident that the work has been put in here that began with Councilmember Fisher and others. That's why we support 1422. We support it with amendments because we believe that Maryland has a role to play. We believe that role is primarily robust data and historical analysis. And we believe this bill is important with 4 amendments. The first amendment is data disaggregation. We believe getting the right redress to the right people is important. The second one is, as a member of ADOS, we believe we have a pretty good contribution to make, and we would love to serve as a resource on this commission. The third amendment is we want to see race researcher and an economist. Again, this is one of those things, many of these things are covered in the bill already, but we want to express them as a point of emphasis, right? Again, this is a good bill. And then the final one is we believe there should be a commission on ADOS affairs. Currently, we have plenty of representation historically, culturally, policy, politically, but we think there's some space for additional representation like some of the other commissions, and so we think there's a space to fill for us. In conclusion, this committee has a long history of supporting this kind of work. We don't have to look any further than the Lynching Reconciliation Commission. We're optimistic about what's going on here. Now, obviously, that's not outcome determinative, but it feels different. And so we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. Who would like to go next?
I'll go.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ms. Sandy. I'm from Charles County. I'm District 28, and I represent the ADOS Advocacy Foundation's Maryland chapter. I'm here today to advocate for House Bill 1422 with amendments, and specifically for the creation of a commission on ADOS affairs. The need for a commission on ADOS affairs is long overdue. For far too long, the unique struggles of Americans who descend from slavery, ADOS, has been ignored, camouflaged, or repackaged into something other than us. Other groups have dedicated commissions, and it's time for ADOS to receive that same pinpoint focus and consideration. A commission on ADOS affairs would ensure accurate data disaggregation, analysis, and reporting. It would help guide policy decisions, making sure that ADOS interests are represented appropriately and consistently. Maryland's history, particularly the doctrine of exclusion in the 1600s, it created systemic harm that still inhumanely impacts ADOS communities till this day. The creation of a commission on ADOS affairs would play a key role in tracking these generational harms, while simultaneously ensuring that the full impact of the vestiges of slavery is addressed with the specificity needed for data disaggregation, data analysis, and data reporting. Finally, a commission on ADOS affairs is a necessary and right step towards justice, bringing Maryland closer to supporting our ongoing federal fight for reparations. We believe local reparation programs, though well-meaning, have proven ineffective for several reasons and don't address the specific historical context of our needs or the full measure of our justice claim or what we are owed. However, A state-level commission of ADOS affairs would ensure that ADOS issues are prioritized, with federal reparations being a national issue, remains in the forefront, and is the ultimate comprehensive solution for Americans who descend from slavery. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
I will go next. All right. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, and sponsors of House Bill 1422. My name is Candace Grant. I'm a member of the ADOS Maryland chapter and a resident of Prince George's County. We support the establishment of a Maryland Reparations Commission with the aforementioned amendments. When I learned that 3 bills had been introduced in this year's legislative session to create a reparations commission, I felt a sense of satisfaction. Last week, my satisfaction grew upon hearing Senator Washington declare that a reparations commission was coming this year. But whether it was my natural pessimism or my understanding of this country's history, I felt prevented from feeling fully content. In advocating for a reparations commission, I've heard many references to the work started in Asheville, North Carolina, and Evanston, Illinois. In recent years, both have made headlines for developing some form of a commission. Both were tasked with studying the harms suffered by American descendants of slavery during several periods in U.S. history and recommend reparative actions to remedy those harms. I'm unsure how many of you have been following these commissions, but both have faced immense barriers. In 2023, the Asheville Community Reparations Commission was prevented from recommending race-specific reparative remedies, as were the initially agreed-upon terms with the city and county governments. The Evanston Reparations Committee quickly ran out of funds for their housing program and now has a long wait list, unable to accept any new applications as of 2021. Maryland's Reparation Commission has a chance to be creative, bold, and truly restorative. It is a simple matter of who is committed to truth and justice and who is not. I encourage everyone in this room to reflect on a time you faced an instance of maltreatment and how long you waited to receive a remedy. Next, I want you to consider how you would feel if you never received any remedy but continuously felt the effects of the harm brought against you. This is what ADOS citizens in this country feel every day. We do not need to reinvent the wheel, as much of the groundwork for studying reparations has already been completed by many. We simply need to reinvent ourselves into truth tellers and seekers of justice. John Locke once wrote, "Justice and truth are the common ties of society." Thank you.
Thank you. Is Tony?
She's on her way, but
Okay.
she's late.
Yes,
Okay,
lost
so I'm
her.
going to open it up for questions now. I want to thank you for your testimony and for coming. Are there any questions for this panelist? Seeing none, thank you so much. All right, we really appreciate you. Now we're going to go to a favorable, which is virtual. Ryan Coleman, will you be so kind? Not here? Okay. Anyone here that did not get called for this bill? Okay, I thought I'd call everyone, just want to make sure. I want to thank everyone for coming, really appreciate it. We have heard similar bills in the past. The committee is very familiar, so if there are no questions, it doesn't mean that anything negative, all right, at all. And I do thank you for your time on behalf of the committee. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1422. And now we're going to go to Delegate Howard, House Bill 1279. For everyone else that is here, that is waiting for a bill, thank you for being patient. We'll get to you eventually. Delegate Howard, House Bill 1279, State Agency Adoption of Regulations Required.
Yes, Madam Chair. Very, very pleased to, Delegate Howard, for the record, Delegate Howard, I'm sorry.
1 second.
Yeah.
Mr. Baker, will you be so kind and wait for me in there? Thank you so much. So, Delegate Howard, thank you for waiting and being patient.
Sure. Yeah, it's no problem, believe me.
All right, and you have State Agency Adoption of Regulations Required. Will you be
Yep.
so kind and present again?
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, no, it's no problem. It's good to see everybody, Madam Chair, especially you. Good to see you. Good to see you this morning.
Thank you.
Delegate Howard, on behalf of HB 1279, asking for a favorable report Just very, very quickly, this bill prohibits a unit of state government, if required by law, to adopt regulations to implement a program that is authorized or required under state law from collecting any fee or other payment under that program until the unit finalizes adoption of the regulations that implement the program. This is a parity bill. It puts state agencies on the same footing as businesses in Maryland. And I mean, it's hard for me to imagine who could vote against this. Essentially what we're saying is that the state agencies, which half of them, according to the fiscal note, admit they don't do it anyway, you're not allowed to, I see you looking, it's on page 2, it's like the 4th paragraph down, like in the middle, like right in the middle right there. Half of them don't do it anyway, and essentially you're just not allowed to collect a fee until you have promulgated the regulations and are ready to provide the service. That's pretty much it. It's this sort of a good for the goose, good for the gander bill.
Okay. Thank you, Delegate Howard. Questions from the committee? Okay, I'm not seeing any, but I have some information from a couple of the state agencies that,
Yeah.
You are, I think, addressing with this bill. Thank you for bringing it to us.
Yes, ma'am. I did, I don't mean to, I did amend it for any type of emergency regulations, and that was born out of a conversation with the Maryland Department of Health. They do, I didn't realize it, they do some camps and things like that, and they wanted to be able to collect fees to do background checks for counselors, and of course, I mean, that makes total sense. So anything that would be adopted under an emergency regulation wouldn't be subject to the legislation.
Okay. I think the OAG has raised a concern that if they can't collect the funds, it could take many months, maybe even a year before they could actually get everything set up and running. So do you see that this could be of a concern?
Unfortunately, they didn't reach out to my office, and we had no conversation as such, unlike other agencies, and including the business community who are in favor of the bill.
And there's no sanction for non-compliance. So have you, were you considering that at all?
Well, absolutely. I would love to hear what the committee has to say in subcommittee about any type of compliance measure.
Okay. The Board of Physicians has raised some concern, again, about the time. And
This applies to state agencies, the Board of Physicians.
Yeah, which is interesting that they have weighed in on this.
Yeah.
But their
think
concern
they-
is the same. It's the amount of time that it would take.
I'm not trying to be mean, but it sounds like their concerns are relevant. I mean, they're not a state agency, so I appreciate them weighing in, but.
And then, of course, I think the agency where would have most relevance is in the Department of Budget and Management. Now, have you worked with them? Have you talked with them?
Unfortunately, again, this is another state agency that failed to reach out to my office to have any type of meaningful conversation.
Okay, and because they're concerned that it may affect the implementation of the Family and Medical Leave Act?
Interesting. Yeah, then they should have reached out to my office.
Okay. And again.
Which FMLI, which is interesting that they would reach out, they would say that, I mean, as far as of what my understanding is that FMLI will be delayed by a year. So, I mean, I know that there's a lot of talks about that, so I don't understand the genesis of that what they're saying there.
Okay, so, I mean, it sounds to me that the opponents are really just concerned about the delays, and then that this bill could result in.
I would just say, and I don't mean to be too stern, but I just would say that, if this was done in the business community, people would go to jail. And I would love to have those type of conversations with those departments. But again, this is just a parity bill. And I don't think that, we as rule makers and the agencies being, the sort of the long arm of the law in that sense, they should be subject to the same rules that we make for the business community. And by the way, I'll point out that I just had a conversation with the folks from the Maryland Chamber, and they are in full support of the legislation as well.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Hill has a question.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Delegate, for the bill. And I guess I was following up on the chair there was also a letter from the Office of the Attorney General. And I know you said they should have reached out, but I guess the question I have, are you going to reach back out to them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll reach
that's
back
all I
out to
wanted to
them,
know.
yeah.
Because they also had an amendment, and it sounds like they're,
And for the record, I mean, you know, just for the record, for everybody's edification, the Maryland Health Department reached out to me, said, we're concerned about, you know, emergency regulations based on background checks for camp counselors. I immediately adopted that regulation. So adopting a sensical amendment is completely on the table. But when you don't reach out to me, it's hard for me to adopt a regulation that I don't know how to adopt or. Yeah.
understood, but I
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure that you were aware now, because I know
Yeah.
we don't see this ahead of time necessarily, and that even though they didn't reach out to you, the way this committee tends to run, if we see that kind of stuff, it'd be
Sure.
appropriate for you to now reach back out.
Yeah, 100%, I will.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know my staff's paying attention, so she's probably on the phone already.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you so much for your
Thank you all
testimony
very
today.
much, very
We
much.
appreciate you.
Thank you for having me down from the Thunderdome over there.
Anytime,
Thank you.
anytime.
Thank you.
This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1279. Now we have House Bill 1334. Is a delegate here? Delegate Heimbach, yep. How are you, sir?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the Health and Government Operations Committee, thank you for the opportunity to present House Bill 1334 for your consideration this afternoon. For the record, I am Delegate Jim Heinbaugh. I represent District 1C, which is all of Garrett County and the western part of Allegheny County. This is a local bill that I filed at the request of the Board of Garrett County Commissioners. The intent of the bill is pretty simple. It's to streamline the county's procurement process and make it more responsive, and also to save administrative time. There are basically two parts of this bill. The first one has to do with the procurement of new vehicles. And what the bill proposes to do is to raise the threshold that's required for advertising to purchase a vehicle from $50,000 to $100,000. And if you've bought a new vehicle lately, you can understand why that's important. And I could add that Washington County last session got authorization for this same change. So we're not really plowing new ground here. The second component of the bill has to do with the purchase of goods and services on an estimated amount on an as-needed basis over a period of time, and I'll explain that. The county's procurement policy currently requires for the purchase of goods and services over $50,000 to advertise in the local newspaper. Under $50,000, all they have to do is to go out and get 3 verbal bids. There are occasions when some of the things they buy, for example, asphalt and salt and abrasives for road treatment, they start out with a procurement that's under $50,000, and because at the time they don't have a definite quantity, they find themselves sometimes running over the $50,000 limit. What this bill would do would be allow them to continue the procurement without going out for bids again and awarding a new contract. And again, this process is already in place in Washington County. That's quite frankly where the county administrator got the idea from. I think that pretty much summarizes the basic points of the bill. And this concludes my testimony, subject to any questions you might have for me. And in closing, I request a favorable consideration of House Bill 1334. And thank you all for your attention. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. I'm going to open it up for questions now. And just to clarify, this is just for Garrett County, right?
Yes, ma'am, Garrett County.
Okay, and there is a letter, correct, from the delegation? And who was the vote?
That's me, so
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
I was being funny.
I get that a lot, but that's okay. I mean,
That's
you know,
okay.
so-
Hey, you're enough. As I tell my daughters, you're enough, right? One person.
Actually, you might be interested to know that my district is about 725 square miles, so it's a pretty big area.
Okay, wonderful. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you all very much.
This concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 13734. Next, we have House Bill 662, Procurement Master Contracting Authorization. Delegate Tomlinson, how are you?
Good, good.
Welcome to HGO.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam
You're
Vice,
welcome.
Madam Vice Chair, honorable members of the House Health and Government Operations Committee. For the record, my name is Delegate Chris Tomlinson, and I'm testifying on House Bill 662. I just want to start by saying that all the committee members should have received an amendment to the bill this morning. The amendment makes significant changes to the bill that captures what the original intent was of the bill. You'll also see written testimony from DGS that is favorable with amendments. I worked with DGS to essentially rewrite the entire bill to satisfy their requests that conveniently enough aligned with what my original intent was, so it's kind of a win-win. In addition, I was able to work with your committee's counsel to get the draft of the amendment created, so I just want to thank them for their assistance. Now on to what the actual bill does. So oftentimes a single solicitation will be advertised with the goal of making multiple awards to multiple contractors. And when this happens, the question pops up, well, how does the work get divided up? So one of the easiest ways that the work can get divided up is by splitting it up by region. So easy example is you'll have a snow removal, parking lot snow removal contract or solicitation, and you'll make, let's say, 5 awards, and it's broken up by region. You'll have one contractor who covers Western Maryland, one contractor who covers Central Maryland, and that's kind of the easiest way that work gets divided up amongst multiple contractors. Another way that work can get divided up is the different work assignments are assigned using indefinite quantity concept. So the state finance and procurement article, it's a little fuzzy on establishing this. However, COMAR spells it out pretty clearly in the architectural and engineering section, otherwise known as A&E. That's Title 21 right here, 21.12.02.06. And to my knowledge, almost every single A&E procurement is set up to award indefinite quantity contracts. However, in actual practice within state agencies, indefinite quantity is used when multiple awards are made as a result of multiple different procurement methods, not just A&E. However, depending on what state agency you're at and who your assistant attorney general is at that state agency, some say that it is acceptable to use under all procurement methods. Some say that it's only acceptable to use under A&E. And so what this bill does is it just makes it crystal clear that indefinite quantity contracts can be used regardless of procurement method. Just wanted to also point out that on the federal government side, the Code of Federal Regulations, FAR, they also allow for indefinite quantity contracts under Title 48. In addition, the bill also makes some cleanup changes to the existing code that was brought to my attention by your council, so I appreciate that for catching that. And you may have seen in the floor system that there was some unfavorable testimony, well, one single unfavorable testimony from the Associated Utility Contractors of Maryland. I was able to connect with them, and after they saw the amended bill, they now, as of about 30 minutes ago when they called me, they have now taken a neutral stance, so that's good. Happy to answer any questions. I look forward to a favorable report. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members.
Thank you for your testimony, and I want to thank you on behalf of the committee for meeting with the department, for working it out, the amendments. Just makes it so much easier for the subcommittee. Are there any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, thank you oh, I'm sorry, Delegate Johnson. I don't know how I missed the light.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We were moving pretty fast there.
Okay.
And thank you, Delegate. Could you give us an example of contract that might be like an indefinite quantity contract?
Yes, yes. So like I said, pretty much all of the architectural and engineering contracts in the state are set up this way. So you'll have, there'll be, let's say, 4 or 5 different consulting firms, A&E consulting firms that will be contracted, and I'll use Maryland Transit Administration as an example. The first consultant, they'll get assigned, let's say, something like the Red Line, that consulting firm, they'll be working on the Red Line. And then when the next work assignment comes up, let's say it's for real-time information for the buses, they'll get whoever during the RFP process, who came in second, would then get that second assignment that comes up, and whoever came in third, and then once they work their way through all 5, it starts over.
Okay. All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Good question. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you, appreciate it.
You're welcome. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 662. Next, we have House Bill 738, Delegate Kaiser, Department of Information Technology Reporting Guidelines. And I believe you have 2 sponsor people, Matthew Street and Robert Smith. Will you be so kind and come up with a delegate? It's pretty good.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Glad to be sitting on this side for the moment in support of House Bill 738 regarding the Department of Information Technology and some reporting guidelines. Since its creation, DO-IT, as the Department of Information Technology is known, they've been tasked with implementation of major information technology projects, often referred to as MITDPs, very confusing acronym. And these include several costly IT modernization projects, and as of this last couple of years, they were responsible for 53 of these MITDPs, valued at nearly $3 billion. I have some information in my written testimony of some of the need for this, but I also really direct you to the gentleman to my left from the Office of Legislative Audit. Am I getting the name right?
Yes.
Oh, thank God.
Matthew Street.
Matthew Street, yes. And they had an audit in the past year that if any of our children brought home a report card like that, they'd be in big trouble and have a lot of explaining to do. So not a good report whatsoever. So please do listen to his comments and maybe even ask some more questions. So what this bill is trying to do is get a handle on it, trying to get a handle on what are the projects, what's the expected costs, what are the plans, what's going wrong, what are some other metrics, cost, scope, expected timeline, and so forth. And certainly as we navigate the budget, and we keep talking about the budget at every opportunity here in the General Assembly, money has gone into these projects over the last 10 years or so, and recently that hasn't necessarily been spent well. And this is money that could be used to go back to our taxpayers. This could be money used on other important programs. I do want to address a few points and a few other issues. We have been, my office as well as the Senate sponsor, Senator Hester, we've been trying to work with DO-IT. We've had trouble locking down a meeting time. We've been working with the Department of General Services of trying to figure out the best way to manage these big projects, because what we have now is not working. Another point I want to make, the Department of General Services issues the contracts but doesn't manage them. The agencies that have the projects are delegated that responsibility, but they can't manage the projects and don't have the IT support in their respective agencies to do that work. And lastly, DO-IT, which is statutorily charged with the oversight of these projects, has hired a contractor to watch the contracts and has also claimed at different times that it's not their job. So really no one is watching the store. I do want to address a few things. The DO-IT testimony mentions a few concerns with this legislation. Several of them are date concerns, like it shouldn't be this month, it should be that month. Well, those are easy fixes. So that's something to discuss at a later point. But the other thing that I would tell you that DO-IT is saying is that we need to study this. And I want to make the argument, Oh, mostly just want to shake my head. We can't really wait. We can't wait any further. It's not just that we'd be kicking the proverbial can down the road. Instead, we would be filling a leaky bucket with billions of dollars of coins and kicking that down the road, knowing how much is going to fall out. Please don't let us kick the can down the road. Please let us look at the metrics. Maybe these aren't all the right ones in the bill, but we need to do something that is clear, easy to understand, and by non-technologists like all of us. Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge a favorable report. Oh my gosh, yes, House Bill 738, that's the number. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the committee, Madam Chairman, Madam Co-Chairman. My testimony will be informational regarding the most recent audit of our Department of Information Technology. Our office, legislative audits, does not take a position on this bill due to our independence as an auditing office of the state agencies. Our report was issued in March of 2024. It contained 16 findings, 7 of which were related to the MITDPs. And I would like to highlight 3 of them today. We also, in our report, we characterized the department as unsatisfactory, and that was based on the nature and the significance of the findings and the repeat findings that were in the report. There were 3 repeat findings that were the non-cybersecurity findings that were in the report. So the 3 findings I wanted to highlight are finding 1, which was specific to DO-IT, assuming a greater oversight of the MITDPs. We wanted, it was a policy issue. We want them to evaluate the agencies that make sure they have sufficient resources when it comes to monitoring the MITDPs. We wanted them to be involved in the selection of the project managers and the contractors that were going to be designing and implementing and developing the MITDPs. And we also wanted them to evaluate the contract proposals to have a greater knowledge base before these contracts even got off the ground. And then finding 2 dealt with DO-IT not effectively monitoring the MITDPs and documenting the approval of the project requests, which are known as the information technology project requests, which happened before the project even gets going. They didn't review the key metrics in those, the methodologies and the metrics that were in there.
You can continue, don't worry.
You. And they did not obtain explanations of significant changes to the projects. And then finally, finding 4 was specific to DO-IT's annual report, which is the subject of this bill. And regarding the status of the MITDPs, our review disclosed that DO-IT could not always provide documentation of and support the cost to date in those reports, the estimated cost to complete figures, and they didn't always accurately report known and anticipated changes to project scope, schedule, and so forth. So yeah, that concludes my testimony. I'll be happy to answer any questions about the report.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for your work, the work that you do for the state. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I am going to open it up for questions now. I see Delegate Johnson, followed by Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for this bill. Would you say from our latest audit in IT that the $1.3 billion in overruns highlights the need for this bill and the oversight?
I don't think he's exactly allowed to endorse this bill. I think he can endorse that there's a problem.
I mean, they do report on the projects. This bill is intended to enhance what's required in that reporting. So,
and oversight, I would assume.
Yeah, I would say that, you know, given the information that's being added to the reports, and you know, you can't report on something if you don't know about it. So I guess DO-IT would be in the best position if that bill did go forward to have you know, knowledge base of that information and then be able to report upon it.
One follow-up, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So will this bill require them to do more reporting? Because that was a big issue as well.
Yes, it will. They already provide a report, and that report is not readable, it's jargon-filled, and it doesn't necessarily highlight what we would think are the most important metrics. So someone looking at the report would say, wait a second, this project has a problem, what can we do? We need to fix it. I think it's hard to read and doesn't provide all the information we would want, but it provides other information. So one might argue it's just a mix of reporting and that they would be changing the reporting elements.
So are we going to lay out the parameters of what we want reported?
That's the goal at this point, but said still trying to work on that and working with some technical experts on what that might look like.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Kaiser, for this important bill and for the work you've been doing, trying to help us to move in the direction we should be with a little bit more speed and agility. Mr. Street, and if I'm wrong in what I'm asking, just say so. And because I have not had a chance to look at this March 2024 audit, but usually in the audits, particularly if there have been repeat findings, it includes the response of the department to those findings, whether they've addressed them or not. Can you tell us what kind of response DO-IT has given to the findings, particularly the ones that were repeated?
That's a great question. Now, they do have to provide written responses to every finding, and then also the repeat findings as well. Hold on.
No problem.
They provided favorable responses to the findings.
I don't know what favorable means. Does that mean
Meaning that they would
fixed
be
it?
implementing our recommendations, agreeing with the findings. There were a couple that we had to provide auditor comments on, meaning that they disagreed with some aspects of our recommendations or disagreed with the factual accuracy of our analysis. And we provided auditor comments to explain our position and to reemphasize why we thought our findings were valid and our recommendations were valid.
Okay. Madam Chair, may I follow up? Yes. Thank you. So on the repeat findings, if they gave you favorable the first time and said, we agree, we're going to fix it, and then you found the same finding again, what happened? Did they not follow through? Did they fix it and it wasn't adequate? And what were those findings you're talking about?
The two findings that were repeated in the major information technology development projects were finding 2 and finding 4. Finding 2 dealt with effectively monitoring the MITDPs to make sure they're on budget, on scope, and that changes to the project were appropriate. Finding 4 dealt with support for the costs and the conclusions that were included in the annual report. To answer the question about why they didn't implement fully if the repeat finding, it could be a mixed bag. Sometimes it's just in this. It could just be that the agency had regime change, which they did, and it just didn't work out the way they wanted to implement the recommendations as intended. There's various reasons, but I don't have all the details on top of my head, but those were the 2 repeat findings for the MITDPs. There were other repeat findings throughout the report, 2 other ones, or one other one about enterprise technology support services.
Okay, and so final question, if I may. So on those where they said, we're going to fix this, and they didn't, as the auditor, can you let us know, was there incremental improvement? Was it 30% better, 50% better, they just have a little bit more to go? Or was it what it was the first time and really no improvement at all? For whatever reason, I'm not asking you to justify or explain it. They can do that. But I'm asking, was there improvement, and can you estimate about how much improvement?
I guess in those 2 examples with MITDP, they have not improved from the last time. There are times when agencies, they'll if we have like 3 or 4 different recommendations, they might implement one of them or 2 of them, but the other 2 are still important, and the finding becomes a repeat finding in that regard, just because, like you said, they might have made incremental progress, but didn't make substantial progress to address the prior finding.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was like 7 questions, Delegate. But that's okay. Delegate Gazzoni, followed by Collison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try not to go to 7. Promise I won't. Yeah. I did okay the last week, though. Just as a little preference, I worked at Goddard Space Flight Center for 30 years, including time in an IT organization that did work with other parts of the organization. So based on that, I know that often there's challenges between the IT organization and the receiving organization who has their project that they want to do. And I'm just curious whether or not your audit tries to get at some of that balance, where maybe some of the challenges are on the customer side, as it were, some are on the do-it side, and kind of whether there's a balance there, and what we might be trying to drive towards getting people to play together a little bit better than maybe they are now through this legislation.
That's a great question.
Thanks.
Do-it does work with the agencies. The agencies have to report, through the annual report that's mentioned in the bill. They also have to report, periodically throughout the year. That I think they do quarterly. They've changed it over the time. It might have been called quarterly portfolio reviews. The agencies will come down or present to do it, where the status is of a certain project. And do it, I guess, consults and listens, and then there's also what they call the independent verification and validation studies, where an independent party outside of do it, outside of the agency, will come in and assess where the project is in accordance with, the contract, best business practices when it comes to implementing a development project, and make recommendations, almost like an audit. So they get those, they have those tools, and they work with the agency. And yes, it's a combination that, do-it has to have the great oversight. They have to be able to ask the right questions and make, pertinent changes when the answers to those questions and things and risks come up that need to be addressed. I think that answers your question. I don't know if it.
Yeah, I just, nothing like a little scope creep in an IT project.
I think the projects change constantly, and getting a good handle on them is always the utmost importance, and being able to adjust and to those changes and make sure that the state resources are protected when it comes to the funding and the money that are associated with these projects.
Thank you.
And thank you for being patient as we ask the questions, okay? Vice Chair Collison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess it's kind of a two-parter. One is this bill holding do-it accountable for a narrow set of activities? I forget all the initials, the MITPTs. Is it narrowly that? And then the other part is they do a lot of reports according to their letter. And so, but they say that there's going to need to be an additional staff member in order to complete the requirements of this bill. So I guess this is for you, Delegate Kaiser, in terms of, do you see that the reports that they have now can be improved and therefore, not need additional staff? Or are you asking for a lot more that they would need that kind of resources?
To answer your first question, the bill is targeted towards those large projects referred to as the MITDPs. And they are, in some cases, they're only a few million, but in some cases, well more. To answer your question, I don't necessarily believe so. I think based on the reports that they have now, that by incorporating some of these other metrics and changing the jargon so non-technical people like us can read it and say, all right, the Department of Human Services in the state of Maryland had this contract, and this was the program, and this is what's going on, and I can read a basic summary and something only like a page or two longer that hits all the highlights of the things I would be concerned about to see if the project's working, to have an overall sense of how all the projects are going, and are they always overrun? MD Think, I think, was 500 million. I think we can all think of many ways to have spent money like that. And now that's not something from the last year or two, but it's an example of no one watching the store, but no one's still watching the store. So back to your question, I think if they put in all the right metrics that a contract manager should be looking at as well as us, but I think at the same time that they're saying they need an extra person, in some cases they say it's not their responsibility to be the contract managers and to be watching and to be knowing if these programs are getting overrun. And yet seemingly it's not the agencies and it's not DGS either. But again, if they say they have the reports, to me, these are just similar metrics to be put in. But then writing it for what I'd like to think are intelligent, non-techie people, which would be helpful to all of us, I think.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. It's unfortunate that DeWitt did not sign up for this bill. They have, unfavorable info, right? Right, written, but not in person, to ask a few questions, right? That would have been a great opportunity.
They've been hard to have a meeting with, Madam Chair.
Well, this is where we're headed. You know me so well now, that's scary. So what I like to do is that I like you to schedule a meeting. Delegate Kirk, can you please call a meeting? We do it. And I like Delegate Hill on it, and Vice Chair Collison and Delegate Kaiser. This is what you get for asking 7 questions. You're gonna work for those 7 questions. So.
No, you won't.
If you can, please have Michelle from my office ask for the meeting for you guys. And I like a meeting, and what I like is to see how that fiscal note can come down a bit. Since some of the work, they said that they're already doing it as well, and let them know that that is my hope. Okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, my pleasure. This actually, so from OLA, there was just one person, right?
Yes.
All right, great. So this, and thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate you, okay? This concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 738. Next, we have Delegate Terraza. Is she here? No. Oh, wonderful. All right. So we have House Bill 664, Delegate Terraza, Health Occupations, License, Direct Entry, Midwives, Disciplinary Actions. Thank you. Those are very helpful. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are
Chair
you?
Peña-Melnick, Vice Chair Cullison, and friendly committee members of HGO. For the record, I am Brooke Scoville, Delegate Jen Terraza's Chief of Staff. She regrets not being here due to illness. Thank you for the opportunity to present HB 664, which is a cleanup bill requested by the Board of Nursing. In a nutshell, what this bill does is make sure the board has the same disciplinary authority for all professions under its jurisdiction. Here's a little background. In 2014, the General Assembly passed legislation which expanded the board's disciplinary authority to allow it to grant licenses that were subject to reprimand, probation, or suspension to applicants who had in some way violated the Nurse Practice Act before their license had been granted. Before this bill was passed, the board's only available action was to deny a candidate license. This meant that the licensee pool was smaller and punished folks beyond what was really necessary. Since the passage of the 2014 bill, licensed direct entry midwives were added to the board's regulated occupations, but the disciplinary provisions were not included in their statutes. So this bill simply matches the disciplinary language in the LDEM statute to that of all other professions under the board's jurisdiction. I respectfully urge a favorable report of HB 664, and one of the board members, Dr. Rachel Jordan, is here today, and she can answer any questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can I just say ditto? Because I literally have the same thing written. But good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I'm no stranger. I feel like I live here at this point.
Yes.
But I know. Thank you. Dr. Rachel Jordan, currently serving as a secretary and advanced practice member to the Board of Nursing, here to offer the same testimony. This is essentially, again, a cleanup bill. Since the passage of HB 908, licensed direct entry midwives have joined those that are under the purview of the Board of Nursing, and so we essentially want to match the regulations for those licensed direct entry midwives. So we are requesting a favorable report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And I want to thank you for everything you're doing with the committee, okay? We appreciate you.
Thank you.
I'm going to open it up for questions now. Seeing none, thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
You're most welcome. Thank you. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 664. Next, we have House Bill 696. Delegate Woods, State Boards, Committee, Commissions, Task Force, and Work Groups, Examination of Citizenship Requirements and Establishment of Diversity Requirements. She passed this beforehand. Does everyone have it? Right here? I'm her assistant. I'm her assistant. Delegate Woods.
You are so kind. I appreciate you, dear.
Oh, no, don't try it. Key lime pie, a piece.
Key lime pie for everybody.
I think I would like to call, if I may, Michael Patty, can you please come up and keep the delegate company? She really appreciates it.
Very much so.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Pena-Melnick, Vice Chair Cullison, and this illustrious Health and Government Operations Committee, on which I am. I really am. I still am. I pretty promise. I'm here to introduce House Bill 696, State Boards, Committees, Commissions, Task Force, and Work Groups, Elimination of Citizenship Requirements and Establishment of Diversity Requirements. Madam Chair, this bill is really plain and simple. It is requesting we take a vital measure toward guaranteeing our voluntary boards and commissions reflect full diversity throughout the state and particularly within the communities they serve. This would occur by eliminating the citizenship requirement, replacing the word citizen with the word resident. Now, let me be very clear. A resident is a tax-paying, community-involved, and invested person, a valued enthusiast who is both impacted by and should have the right to address issues dealing with social, economic, healthcare, education, and policy decisions, to name a few, that impact them. This is what the democratic process looks like. This bill provides an opportunity for often marginalized communities who have historically been disregarded by decisions that undeniably impact them to have a voice. I am grateful today for the support and the acknowledgement of the significance of this bill by the Maryland Legislative Women's Caucus and the Legislative Latino Caucus. For this reason, I am requesting a favorable response to House Bill 696. Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership, Mr. Patty.
And Michael Patty here today on behalf of the American College of Nurse Midwives, the Maryland affiliate. The bill references the Board of Nursing. I know how much this committee has invested their time and energy in getting internationally trained nurses into the state of Maryland, practicing in the state of Maryland. You know, we just want to see that those internationally trained nurses have an opportunity to participate on the Board of Nursing if they so choose. And with that, we'd support the bill.
Thank you, and thank you for working with the committee on many other issues as well. I'm going to open it up for questions now. I see Delegate Shalega.
Thank you, Madam
You're
Chair.
welcome.
Thank you, Delegate Woods. Do you not have any concerns about the council on the Maryland Military Installation Council, opening that up to non-citizens, perhaps Chinese? Do you think Chinese people should sit on that council?
I believe that anyone who is, as I said earlier, a tax-paying, a lot of times they have social security cards, driver's licenses, they reside in our community and have to abide by the laws and by the guidelines that are established for all of us, should have an opportunity to participate.
So you don't find a differentiation between the Board of Nursing and the Maryland Military Installation Council?
I believe that all of the commissions are different, and as you see, we gave out a list of guidelines. I believe that all of the commissions are different. I don't believe that, you said Maryland Military Installation, but then you identified a particular group. My goal.
Yes, because we do know
Can I
that the
finish?
Chinese government is actively spying on our country.
There are a lot of people who are actively spying on our country.
Absolutely.
And neither you nor I have the capacity to identify who they are and to say whether or not they can participate. Again, based on the information that we have, we believe that everyone should have a right, that there should be a diversity, that we do not separate based on our preconceived or sometimes presumptuous notions about what people are and who they represent.
Thank you. I would
pleasure.
say that, my comments are not about that. I don't appreciate that insinuation. But I would ask that you think about someone who's not a citizen of the United States, who is engaged in wrongful actions. They can flee away from our country, where a citizen of the United States cannot do that.
That's not necessarily true, and just to respond to your statement that I made an insinuation, I spoke specifically to what you spoke to as a specific people. I was not making any insinuations. I spoke specifically to what you were referring to. Again, United States citizens can also be people who are unlawful, and all of these requirements are in place based on the background and legal status that we are aware of those who are serving. You and I cannot make a decision who will and who will not break the law, and so I don't believe that we can say, based on a certain people, that we believe that they would come specifically to break the law.
That was not my point, as specific people, but certainly my point that a citizen of a foreign nation could go back to their foreign nation. A citizen of the United States cannot do that. So I have particular concerns about Maryland Military Installation Council and the sensitive nature that council deals with, and removing citizenship requirements for that and some of the other councils.
And let me
intervene for a
may I just
second.
respond one thing?
Sure.
That in this particular bill, if there are federal requirements that require citizenship, please let me be very clear that those federal requirements do have priority over any of these others. But again, there have to be federal requirements in place. Madam Chair.
Sure, and thank you. And as the chair here, I'm going to give myself a little leeway to say the following. And I love you both. The way the question came out, it just seemed like you referenced to a certain ethnicity, and that's how it came out. It came across, and I can see how you would take it that way. But let me be the mediator here. I think that when an appointment is made by the Secretary of Appointment, I know I have dealt with her, I don't know any of you, they do a background check. And they do a background check because they don't want an embarrassment. So they check for people's background as well. So even when you do a background check, sometimes it is very difficult to know what a person is going to do because you don't know a person fully, right? So I don't think that we just need to be careful when we are talking about certain people and where they come from, especially during these times, because it could be, I know you didn't mean it that way, but it could be polarizing and negative. So just, it wasn't meant that way. We're not going to take it that way, but we're going to try to see a way that we can work on it, okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you. Delegate Morgan, followed by Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Woods, I'm looking at the bill and it talks about like diversity and the makeup of the board. I'm just going to cut to the chase. If someone's in the country unlawfully, should they be able to serve on this board?
No, sir. If they're in the country unlawfully, they should not be able to serve on the board.
Okay. Does this bill enable that?
No, this bill does not enable anyone who is in the country unlawfully to serve on this board.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Delegate Woods, for this very thoughtful bill. I think that one of the ways that we show that we're invested in our country is through paying tax dollars, right? And it takes a very long time to become a U.S. citizen. Even if you're going through all the right machinations, it can take, 20-plus years to get, your green card, become a legal permanent resident, and finally become a citizen. And so during that whole time, you're paying tax dollars if you're legally employed. And so you might be employed, say, as a cosmetologist or an electrician. Can you just talk a little bit about how, if you are here legally working as a cosmetologist, paying taxes, you're still subjected to the rules and regulations of this board, and so perhaps you might want to be a part of that board?
Absolutely, positively. It should be known that non-citizens are responsible for paying both federal, state, local taxes, and in the state of Maryland, pay an additional tax of 1.7% for being non-citizens.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for this bill. Having worked on legislation on internationally trained dentists and dental hygienists with Mr. Patty, I know how complicated that can be. And I just want to clarify, this bill only speaks to eligibility to serve on the boards. It does not speak to the appointment process. It doesn't change the appointment process. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, so all of the existing, checks and balances and safeguards.
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you very
Yes,
much.
thank you.
Delegate Hill, followed by Taveras.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this really good bill. I just wanted to clarify, because there's a record being made, and I think the Maryland Military Installation Council was mentioned, because they're included in the bill. Am I correct in what I'm reading from the website, that the responsibilities of the council are to identify the public infrastructure, potential impact on local communities, and support the need for military installation development and expansion? So that it's not top secret information. It says that it's, they can review state policies to support military installations and maximize economic benefits to local communities, so that people living in the community, if they are residents of the community, they would have a reason to want to offer input. Am I understanding the role of this council correctly?
I believe that is correct.
All right, thank you.
Delegate Taveras.
Thank you. I have two quick questions, if I may.
I don't know.
You may.
I'll be good. Are non-citizens or not even undocumented folks, are they allowed to serve in the military?
Yes.
And fight for this country? Thank you. Well, I'll just leave it right there. That's a good enough answer.
Thank you.
Actually, I love our committee. Even when we disagree, we're cool. All right, anyone else? Okay, deep breath. Thank you so much. Are these all the boards and commissions right here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. And then, can you do me a favor, Delegate?
Sure.
Will you be so kind, and thank you for the work you have done on this. Bill, can you contact the appointment secretary and ask her what her process is for some of these boards?
Say that again, please.
Ask her what the process is when they make the appointments?
Oh, okay.
Okay, because I know
Absolutely.
that they do a background check. That's why it takes a while for them
Correct.
to make these appointments, okay?
That is correct.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 696. And then we're going to House Bill 580, Delegate Hutchinson. Terminology and obsolete references, Maryland State Firefighters Association and related terms. Will you be so kind and bring your panel? And I believe it's Robert Phillips.
My good friend's here next to me.
All right.
So good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of HGO. I'm Delegate Tom Hutchinson from the beautiful Eastern Shore, and I'm here to present House Bill 580, Terminology and Obsolete References, Maryland State Firefighters Association and Related Terms. To begin, I'd like to share a little story with you. So at the age of 16, I became a member of the Stone Harbor Volunteer Fire Company, and for 8 years, until I graduated from college and moved away, I proudly served my hometown in New Jersey as a fireman. During that time, I vividly remembered when a friend of the family, Josie Rich, earned her EMT certification and wanted to run on the ambulance. There was just one problem. To run on the ambulance, you had to be a volunteer fireman. And because she was a woman, she could not join. Women were relegated to the auxiliary in those days. After many months of contentious meetings, infighting, and chauvinistic behavior, Josie prevailed and was permitted to become a fireman and serve the community. This opened up the door for many other women to join the fire company and serve as EMTs, including my mother and my sister. Well, we certainly have come a long way since the 1980s. Today in Maryland, we have hundreds of women serving as either volunteer or professional firefighters. And in fact, in Maryland, there are many women serving as chiefs and company presidents. In 2024, the Maryland State Firemen's Association appropriately changed their name to the Maryland State Firefighters Association to more accurately recognize the contributions made by the men and women who serve as first responders for our great state. So the purpose of this bill is simple. It now changes all references of the Maryland State Firemen's Association to the new name, the Maryland State Firefighters Association and Maryland Code. As a proud former firefighter, I ask for your favorable support.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is, or my rank would be Chief Robert Phillips. I am the past chief of Cambridge Rescue Fire Company in Cambridge. I'm also the legislative chair for the Maryland State Firefighters Association. Good senator and a friend of mine, Senator Kagan, brought this up to our association. The president at the time that I was there was President Joel McCrae. We started on this immediately. Now, like anybody else, it takes time to get things done. We are a corporation. We answer to our membership. And it takes time sometimes to get bills passed around here. It might take more than 1 year. Well, after a lot of diligent work for 3 years, this past year, we did change our name from the Maryland State Firemen's Association to Maryland State Firefighters. I would urge that you would pass this bill and send it on so that we can correct all of the wording in all of legislature and everything else it affects. And we can bring ourselves and the state of Maryland, since we are a statewide association, into the 2020s and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Phillips. If we were the kind of committee that would move favorable, we would be moving right now. Anyway, I'm going to open it up for questions. Any questions for the chief? Seeing none, move favorable. Thank you for your service and thank you for being here, okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. This concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 580.
I just wanted to talk about it.
Now we have House Bill 699. Delegate Allen, is he here? Yes, he is. General Provisions, Veteran Benefits, Honorable Discharge. Good afternoon, Delegate Allen. How are you?
I'm great, Madam Chair. How are you?
We're doing great. We're moving right along.
That's good. Well, don't let me slow you down. All right, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Delegate Nick Allen. I'm here to testify today in support of my bill. Sorry, please join me. In support of my bill, House Bill 699. It's cross-filed with Senate Bill 491, sponsored by my good friend Senator Don Guile. And this bill is really very simple, but it's also very necessary. So we all remember a few years ago, I believe it was 2022, just before I was elected, the General Assembly passed the Restoration of Honor Act, sponsored by my friend and yours, former Delegate Patrick Young. I think many of the co-sponsors of that bill are in this room as well. And that bill updated the records for Maryland veterans who were discharged from the military under the previous Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy, which passed with near unanimous and bipartisan support. So under House Bill 699, we're similarly trying to update the discharge records for those Maryland veterans who were discharged as anything other than honorable for reasons related to post-traumatic stress, traumatic brain injury, and sexual assault or trauma. Well, this is what this bill does, but I want to go into a little bit more detail about why it's needed. I mentioned the Restoration of Honor Act because I view this very much as a follow-up to it. I can tell you from my own experience in uniform and from those experiences of those with whom I served in the Army that a lot of stigmas still exist in the military. One very significant stigma that still exists is around anyone who seeks out treatment for their mental or behavioral health. Even if it's confidential, and even if we are constantly assured that it's confidential and it will remain confidential, and trust me, we are always assured of that, many of those serving still refuse to seek out help simply because they believe it will either end up on their permanent service records or adversely impact their career moving forward. The stigma around seeking help also extends to those who have experienced traumatic brain injury, or TBI. Unfortunately, TBIs were among the most common injuries experienced by service members during the nearly 2 decades that we fought the global war on terror. Often, a TBI can lead directly to lifelong mental health effects, and when left untreated, can significantly affect a service member's ability to do their job. There also exists a disappointingly prevalent stigma around victims of sexual trauma, sexual assault, and sexual harassment in the military. Honestly, there's a stigma merely surrounding the reporting of such incidents and around the survivors themselves. And often these survivors are junior enlisted service members, immigrants, service members from a very poor background, and members of the LGBTQ community. It breaks my heart to say it, but I have personally seen examples of all of these stigmas play out for a lot of different people. So this is who my bill is for. Those service members, often among our most vulnerable, who were discharged from the military because of these traumatic incidents, which were beyond their control, and because, regrettably, their own superiors and peers in the military did not have their back like they should have. The only amendment that we have is largely technical in nature. It's ensuring the section of U.S. Code that we reference in the bill is correct. I want to thank Senator Guile for cross-filing, and I want to thank you all for your time and consideration. I urge a favorable report and look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Delegate Allen, for your work on this bill. Who would like to go next? And good afternoon.
Please go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Why don't you go?
Go ahead.
Well, after Senator Allen, he pretty much stole all my thunder here. We're pretty much we'll probably repeat. I want to thank the chair, the vice chair, and the members of the House Health and Government Operations Committee. For the record, I am Larry Walton. I'm a resident of Eastern Shore, but I am a Vietnam vet. I served Vietnam at a young age at 19. I was in Vietnam at 19 years old, and it wasn't fun. I mean, for a 19-year-old, I can see why some guys come back the way they did, because we wore red baseball caps in Vietnam, okay? For the longest while, we had red baseball caps. Our weapons were locked up. Now, you tell me why we couldn't get messed up. But anyhow, the bottom line is, on behalf of ARP, the MMC, the NARF, ARP has over 850,000 members across the state. I urge the committee to pass House Bill 699, General Provision Veterans Benefits Honorable Discharge. This bill has been co-sponsored by, besides Delegate Allen, 12 or 13 other delegates. Bill 699 expands the definition of honorable discharge to allow individuals who receive less than honorable discharge to qualify for state benefits. The bill will apply to veterans who less than honorable discharge was due to a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress, traumatic brain injury, or who has experienced sexual trauma. The person making the determination must be a licensed health professional by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs. Maryland veterans and their families must make tremendous sacrifices to serve the nation. HB 699 provides the opportunity to honor them and assist in the recovery for injuries suffered while serving. For those reasons, we respectfully ask for a favorable report on HB 699. Thank you for listening.
I want to thank you for your service and thank you for coming to the committee, okay? Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm back. So here we are today talking about this bill, and I'm going to ask for favorable with amendments. I spent 11 years out of 12 in parochial school, and the nuns taught me words matter. And so for this case, I'm going to ask that we amend the term less than honorable to the true term for that type of classification, and that is other than honorable. And the reason is because it could be misconstrued. I've had members come to me and say, well, that means that you're going to let somebody with a bad conduct discharge come through. That's not the point. After 30 years in the military, 8 years in the National Guard and Army Reserve, I'm here to tell you that there are biases against women, and I'm the only woman sitting here. I gave you the numbers on sexual trauma. I've given you the correct pieces. I'm asking that you pass this with a favorable report, but please amend it so that we don't have any problems with naysayers who are concerned about less than honorable versus other than honorable. It's a little difficult, some of those pieces, and if you need some explanations about the characters of discharge, I'm more than happy to provide that information. Thank you.
And can I tell you how proud I am of you? I loved seeing you there, okay? And thank you for your service.
This is my favorite committee. I love you guys.
Well, the feeling is mutual, okay? Especially if you look back 30-something years, what it was like for you as a woman. I tell my kids that often to think about that. So thank you for your service. I'm going to open it up for questions now. I have Delegate Rosenberg and then Delegate Hill, who's going to have one question. Go ahead.
I'll try to keep it to one question as well. What role, if any, do the JAGs have in this process of an honorable discharge? Because there was some discussion about whether it was valid and so on.
JAG. I mean, I think it largely depends on the cause of the other than honorable discharge. If someone's honorably is discharged, regardless, if someone is discharged due to a crime committed under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, then the JAGs would have been involved in that prosecution and the adjudication. I don't think, broadly speaking, every single discharge is I mean, I'm sure somewhere there's a legal, recommendation being made when discharges come out. But a lot of times in the military, there's kind of two parallel systems. There's the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and there's also administrative justice, for lack of a better term. And a lot of times, if someone is discharged for conduct, it kind of goes down the administrative path a lot of times. So the answer, I know it's not a very satisfying answer, Delegate, but it kind of depends.
Well, it would depend. It would depend on the crime, or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
The situation, because there's different codes.
Right.
USM 31, there's different codes, so it would depend on the situation.
If it's a crime or a violation of military protocol or something like that.
So it would also include conviction by a civilian authority outside of their duties as a service member. It could involve things like abuse of authority, drug violations, all are examples of the kinds of other than honorable, versus the punitives, bad conduct, that's murder. Mm-hmm. Or there is one that is characterized as not characterized, and those are generally the people that fail when they're going through their early training. They can't do the physical part of it, or they're just not the kinds of folks that we want in service. But for the most part, we are talking about only other than honorable discharge.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Delegate Hill, followed by Delegate Kerr.
She never has any questions.
I never do. But I want to thank you for your service.
You're welcome.
All of you. And I want to thank you, Delegate, for this bill. This has been an issue that I've struggled with for many years since I first ran, because I just feel we've got too many veterans who we don't support. And regardless, they served our country. And so I appreciate this, and it was the veterans, some veterans who said, well, there are some because of how they left that maybe they shouldn't get these benefits from homelessness to addictions to other things. So I love the start. So my question to you is, will you accept the amendment? Because if you accept the amendment, this bill can pass out of here with an amendment, and some of us will have the opportunity to co-sponsor it, which we can't do if you don't accept the amendment.
I am perfectly fine with the amendment. I cannot speak for my cross-file for Senator Guile, but
It's been coordinated with both Senator Guile as well as DVMF.
well, there we go.
I do my work.
I know, and this committee appreciates it. And it will go to the subcommittee, and the subcommittee, I think, will be inclined to accept that amendment. Thank you. Delegate Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the amendment, changing it from less than honorable to other than honorable,
Yes, sir.
are we able to do that at the state level? Is that a federal designation?
So the current Maryland code says less than honorable. So, you all work with drafters all the time. Sometimes they just don't get it right. What I'm asking specifically is to make it other than honorable, so then no one can think about sticking in the two punitive types of discharge under this bill. We are seeking specifically that people get care for injuries that they incurred while they were on active duty, and sometimes these wounds are kind of invisible.
Yeah,
We want to make sure that they have
I
access to the
understand
care.
your reason for wanting to do it. I'm just asking, are we able to do it?
We are, because a lot of the benefits that we're talking about, and they're state-level benefits, typically the first thing in that part of code, if you're awarding a benefit to a veteran, it says veterans, discharged as, honorable, or, you know what I mean? We're kind of rolling up the definition of what it means to be honorably discharged within Maryland, and what it means to be entitled to these benefits within Maryland.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And you're right, it's in state code, so we can change it. But it's a good question, Delegate. Delegate Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I do like the bill. Thank you for bringing it to us.
Of course.
But with the fiscal note, so, listening to some of the questions, and if we change this, then obviously there's a lot of people that will be now benefited under, medical and so on and so forth. So the fiscal note, to me, adding all those people, it has to be quite large. How come the fiscal note, there's no?
Actually, the
cost?
services are already available. What we are talking about is allowing them access while they work the system to do the upgrade of their discharge.
Okay.
So it's providing them immediacy so that they get the help that they need while they're waiting for their upgrade to come through. And this is a secretary decision. Secretary Woods looks at the individual has to file documentation supporting their claim, and he allows them access to these services.
And it will be kind of like a gradual thing over time as
Yes,
these
ma'am.
folks are entered
Yes, ma'am.
into the program. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And to be completely honest, it might not be that many people, to be completely honest either. We're talking about a pretty, it's a group of people that, in my opinion, definitely deserve these benefits, but it's a pretty small sliver of people
Thank you so
in
much. I
Maryland.
appreciate it. Thanks. Thank you.
I have one question before I go to Delegate Kaiser. In the bill on page 2, line 7, actually line 8, is drafted to the federal code. In case it changes, right, we may want to draft it where it's not tied to the federal code so that the law can stand.
No, that's a good point, Madam Chair. That's actually where one of the amendments is too, because I think they wanted to specify.
No, they wanted a different 1720 to change that,
Right.
but what I'm suggesting is different. because you don't want it tied to the federal code. You want it to stand in case the federal code changes, and we don't know what's happening, right?
Right, no, that's a very good point. I think the point behind it is to make sure it's, as evaluated by the VA. I think that's part of the intent behind it, but what you're saying, I think, makes a lot of sense for our purposes.
Thank you, Delegate Kaiser.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think my question is related to yours, but not exactly it. I think everything about what you're trying to do is great. I want to do this. Does it create confusion if someone's code is different within federal? If the wording is different? Is that something that you foresee, Delegate, as a problem?
So it comes down to reimbursement.
Right. So, I mean, broadly speaking, I don't see it as a problem, Delegate. Again, we're looking at state level benefits that, yeah, I mean, they might not be entitled to federal benefits at all. So this will kind of open up, make the Maryland benefits a little more, open for them.
No, I understand what you're trying to do with the Maryland benefits. I was just asking if you thought it created any kind of confusion because someone would have a different discharge wording potentially federally.
I still don't think it will create too much of confusion because when you get your DD 214 or discharge paperwork, we can't change what's on that. So when they get their discharge, if it's other than honorable, that's what it's going to say. That's what it's going to say forever, and unless they personally get their records changed federally. So, even if they have that on the DD 214, it's not going to affect the federal bookkeeping of it.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Questions? There was another person, is he not here? James Campbell? Oh, you're here, okay, 1 second. So there are no questions for this panel, right? Thank you so much.
Thank you,
It will
Madam
go to subcommittee, so please work with the subcommittee. James Campbell? Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. This concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 699. Next, we have House Bill 723, Delegate Kerr, State Board of Dental Examiners, applicants licensed or certified in another state. Do you want to bring your panel, Delegate Kerr? And I believe you have Daniel Dorothy, Thomas Beckett, and you have Charles Doran.
Tom's not here.
Why don't you all come up?
Okay. Dan Doherty and Charles Doring are my
Okay.
panel. Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Dr. Beckett is not here?
He had to leave. We were a long time over in finance, and he has to
Okay.
be.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Delegate.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Delegate Ken Kerr. I'm here today with House Bill 723, State Board of Dental Examiners, applicants licensed or certified in another state. So we all know that there are workforce shortages with dental hygienists, dental radiation technologists here in Maryland. So when a dentist, dental hygienist, radiation technologist has to take leave from their job due to illness of a family member, this can present a real problem, especially in smaller practices. So it's really hard to find, if not impossible, to find and hire a replacement who's licensed or certified in Maryland. But there are people outside the state of Maryland who would be willing to come in and assist the practice, but they're not licensed in Maryland. So there are existing provisions in the Maryland Dentistry Act that provide for the procedures for licensure of out-of-state dentists and dental hygienists. However, there are no provisions for out-of-state radiation technologists. The other aspect of this bill deals with, while it's true that the board typically grants or denies the out-of-state licensure within 10 or 15 days upon receiving the application, this is not required by law. So clearly replacing a practitioner in a dental office for an extended period of time is a circumstance that warrants a guarantee of expedited action. That's why HB 723 legislatively requires the board to act on a completed application for licensure within 15 business days. While I acknowledge that on numerous occasions, the board has affirmed that they act with these applications within this time frame, changes could occur that would modify their current practice. So we need this bill to protect the dental practices, especially small practices, from the effects of long-term absence of personnel. Not only the financial effect, but even more importantly, the potential effect it would have on the continuity of care for dental patients. The other aspect with the dental radiation technologists is there's currently no provision within the Maryland Dentistry Act which provides for certification of out-of-state dental radiation technologists. Section 4-505.1 establishes a statutory procedure to certify these dental radiation technologists comparable to the current law for dentists and dental hygienists. Also establishes a statutory requirement that the board act upon this application within 15 business days. And before I turn it over to my panel, I just want to request a favorable report from the committee.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Dan. How are you?
Just fine, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Dan Daugherty here on behalf of the Maryland State Dental Association in support of House Bill 723, which the sponsor has explained perfectly. I would just like to give a couple of examples and point out a couple of issues that were raised in testimony over in the Senate. It is fairly frequent that individuals with particularly a small dental practice encounter being called to active military duty. They become ill for a substantial period of time. They may have a daughter who is having a difficult pregnancy. There are multiple reasons why they have to leave the practice, or somebody on their staff does, and they need to have the ability to move forward. That ability exists now for dentists and dental hygienists, but we need to put in statute the time frame because things do change. Boards change, executive directors change. Secondly, the State Board of Dental Examiners has objected to that time frame, saying that they're already doing it, therefore they don't need it. We feel we do need the guarantee in the statute. They have also raised an issue about the testing for dental radiation technologists. I will say to the committee, if there is a lack of clarity in that provision, the State Dental Association and myself are willing to work closely with the board to try and come up with an amenable language. And with that, I would ask a favorable report on House Bill 723.
Thank you. How are you?
Great, thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of HGO Committee. My name is Dr. Charles Doring, General Dentist in Rockville, Maryland, here in support of Senate Bill 749. I'm sorry, yes, House Bill 723, thank you. I got a text coming here from the Executive Director of the Montgomery Prince George's County Dental Association, and I will read that because I find it's very timely. We have many assistants, dental assistants, that have passed the Dental Assisting National Board and never get their license from the state board to do dental radiation technology. One assistant started calling, she submitted an application and started calling the Maryland State Board of Dental Examiners beginning in November, never got a call back. When she went to the building on February 3rd, she saw a closed sign because they have Legionnaire's disease in the building. If you ever visited that building, you would understand why. And found the office closed. She placed her information in the locked drop box and still hasn't heard anything from the State Board of Dental Examiners. So these are dental radiation technologists that have practiced in other jurisdictions such as Virginia. We have a shortage in Maryland of workforce. They're trying to come over into Maryland and we're having issues granting them the license. So, and I ask for a favorable report on House Bill 723. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up for questions now. Delegate Collison, followed by Hill. Vice Chair Collison, followed by Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So good afternoon. I'm looking at the bill, and I guess I really like the timeframe, the 15 days. I think that's fabulous. So, and I appreciate the recognition of the shortage. So one of the things, I'm just going to go down these requirements, and it says, has passed the Maryland Dental Jurisprudence Examination. So would someone from another state, so let me go through the ones that I'm questioning. I get the, for 5 years practicing outside of the state. And then I've got a clinical component examination, which I'm assuming other states have as well. The comprehensive, the ADAX, which I'm assuming most other states have as well. And then I go back to dental jurisprudence examination. So is that an exam that someone who's coming into the state would have to pass before, under this bill?
It's an exam that new graduates have to pass, military who qualify under the current law have to pass. All dentists who are coming in have to pass that to show they are familiar with Maryland's law as it relates to the practice of dentistry or dental hygiene.
Got it. And would that be able to happen within that 15-day period, or is that after that? Is that part of the period after the 15 days that the board has to reply?
It would, in my mind, it's the board's decision, but I think the board requires that to be completed in order to have a completed application. So it would be before the clock would start to run, so to speak.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's really helpful.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the bill, Delegate Kerr. And I was listening to Ms. Doherty say that they're willing to work with the board. The board hasn't, we have no testimony from them.
I'm going on what was testified just an hour or so ago across the street.
And so my question is, I understand why 15 days makes sense from a shortage standpoint. What I'm confused about is how do we know that 15 days makes sense from they're able to do it standpoint?
Well, currently, they say they do it within 10 to 15 days. They don't specify whether it's business or calendar, so we did business because that's longer. What we're concerned about, though, is with a change of directors, vast change of the board, they may feel, oh, well, we're not going to bother with that. And we need to have this something that we can rely upon.
And so Dr. Doring testified of one example where it's been 2 months or more. And I'm not, so and it really is a question, I guess, for you, Delegate Kerr, if we're going to get them the way, I don't understand, I can't put that with this, that they're getting it in, we just want to codify current practice so that it doesn't become an issue. But I'm also hearing that they're not doing this, which is why we need the bill, because we have a shortage and they're not getting these radiologists in fast enough.
There are two parts. The dentist and the dental hygienist are currently in the law. A provision comparable to that does not exist at this point in time for dental radiation technologists. So the bill would add it for the first time. The individual that Dr. Doring was referring to is certified in another state. They are practicing properly as a dental assistant in Maryland, but they can't find out what they have to do to be certified in Maryland as a dental radiation technologist. So that's what the back and forth has been without a reply. It's nothing under the time frame of acting on an application. It's providing them with information.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess this question is probably for Delegate Kerr, because I believe you were here. So in the past, previously, a couple weeks ago, we had the Board of Dentistry in here, and we talked about them not being in their building. So your email, the gentleman sitting next to you, your email, your response was there was a big delay because they were not in the building. So now, after our hearing a couple weeks ago, they did, if you recall, they said they were back in the building. So maybe that, would help them to kind of get back on that track from their records are saying from 10 to 15. So I think maybe with the bill to make it concrete, and then them being back to work in their building, that maybe this would be a good thing. So don't you agree?
I think that that the delays all are centered around the radiation technologists, that they can't get a response. The dental hygienists, that seems to be working well.
Okay. So two different boards, as you're saying?
No, it's the same board.
Same board, it's just that part of the application or those applications that are detailed to that, there's a slowing process.
Those individuals, the radiation technologists, aren't covered by this certification from out of state. And in fairness to the board, Dr. Beckett contacted the board at this individual's request because it had been 3 weeks or so since they dropped off the information. He did get a reply today at 12 o'clock saying to have them, they would respond. Now, we don't know the response, but they did get back to him today. So I want to be fair to the board and let you know that.
So then bottom line, the question that Delegate Hill had asked may still be an issue, even though they're back in operation full-time.
Although if we pass this bill, it will be less of an issue because they would then have to act within 15 days, and there would be parameters for them to seek certification as someone certified out of state.
Right, as long as they can.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Delegate Bagnall.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you for this. I know that the dental radiologist has been an ongoing problem. I'm just wondering, because I'm not seeing it in the bill, so 15 days goes by and they don't respond, so what happens then? Or are we just codifying? Are we just clarifying and codifying? So
Yes.
so there's no penalties, but this is just clarifying. This is supposed to be best practice, so we want to shore it up.
No. I mean, I've never seen a board penalized by statute. Sometimes you all make it feel like a penalty later on.
I just wanted to clarify that it's no penalties, it's codifying best practice. Okay, thank you very much.
I don't see any other questions. So this ends the bill hearing on House Bill 723. Next, we have House Bill 776. And from my office, Emmanuel is going to provide the testimony. He's been working on this bill, and I would like the Board of Physicians to come, and if this bill looks familiar, we have passed this, it's different this year, the way it's drafted, where we passed something like this for the last 3 years. I can't find the witness list, but it's a Board of Physician, and Emmanuel, will you go ahead and introduce yourself and you can get started?
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and distinguished members of the Health and Government Operations Committee. I'm pleased to be here again to introduce House Bill 776 on behalf of the Honorable Delegate Pena Melling. It's a bill that's designed to modernize the regulatory framework governing physicians, physician assistants, and allied health professionals in the state of Maryland. This legislation is quite a unique one. It's very complex and simple at the same time. I say it's complex because it's quite huge, over 100 pages, but also simple because what it does is really to fix some errors, codify some existing board practices, as well as standardize certain languages and remove redundant terms from what is currently obtainable. It's been developed through a collaborative effort with the Maryland Board of Physicians and has involved key stakeholders, including the Maryland Hospital Association, MedCai, and professional organizations representing physician assistants and allied health professionals. The bill enhances efficiency, oversight, and accountability in medical regulation, making necessary updates to licensing, disciplinary procedures, and reporting requirements. It introduces more streamlined processes, strengthens professional standards, and ultimately aims to protect the safety, the public safety, while supporting healthcare professionals. The Board of Physicians has detailed the variety of changes in their written testimony, and they are here on this sponsor panel to share more insights and answer questions that might be required. I therefore urge the committee to review the board's comprehensive analysis and to give your favorable consideration to the bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your work and your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Madeline Del Greco. I'm a health policy analyst with the Board of Physicians. First, thank you, Chair Pina-Melnick, for sponsoring House Bill 776. As mentioned, this bill standardizes language, codifies existing board practices, removes duplicative, unclear, outdated language, and yes. And it makes a variety of other substantive and non-substantive changes. In my written testimony, I identified all proposed changes and the board's rationale behind each. I'd be happy to answer any questions on those. We are also proposing some amendments that we drafted in consultation with stakeholders. House Bill 776 is a testament to collaboration. The board would like to thank all stakeholders that have taken the time to work with us on this bill, including MedChi, the Maryland Hospital Association, the Maryland Academy of Physician Assistants, the Maryland Naturopathic Doctors Association, Maryland Athletic Trainers Association, and others. Starting in the interim, we have all devoted so many hours to working together to draft a bill that meets everyone's needs. And as of this morning, we believe any outstanding concerns have been fully resolved. Most recently, with our amendments, we were working with MedChi and MHA on an amendment regarding employer reporting requirements. This is in 14413. Currently, hospitals and other entities are required to make a report to the board under certain circumstances. The board is concerned that there is currently underreporting. The board regulates about 56,000 licensees, including 15,000 physicians with hospital privileges, and in 2024, the board received 12 mandated reports. While the board acknowledges the excellence of Maryland physicians, we believe that number is due to underreporting. So we were aware of some concerns from MedChi and MHA on the original language, so we worked with them to draft an amendment that approached that concern while also meeting their needs. And we are happy to report that we were able to draft some additional amendment language that has been accepted by the stakeholders. And from our understanding, the concerns on 14413 have been fully resolved. House Bill 776 has been a collaborative effort, and we urge a favorable report.
Thank you, and thank you for your work in working with all the stakeholders. I know that was a lot of work. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Michael Tran with the Maryland Board of Physicians. I'm just here as a Me Too and to thank the chair for sponsoring our bill and to urge a favorable report.
Open it up for questions. Are there any questions from the committee? Vice Chair Collison.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. I just wanted to clarify that you're working on amendments that you think are going to address some of the concerns that I'm seeing from MedChi and MHA.
Correct. And from our understanding, the amendment language that we most recently sent to the chair, which was just this morning, so it's not reflected in the bill yet, does fully address all concerns.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Emmanuel, excellent job. Thank you. I would like next, let me take an unfavorable to be balanced, and that is Deborah Brocato with Maryland Right to Life. Good afternoon. Great to see you again.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair and delegates. Again, Deborah Brocato with Maryland Right to Life, and on behalf of our Board of Directors and our members across the state, we do ask for an unfavorable report for House Bill 776. We oppose healthcare professionals being forced to perform abortions and oppose the funding for that training. Last year, we opposed the Physician Assistant Modernization Act because of its implications for the abortion industry. It passed, and now we have another large bill, and there is no hiding the intent for physician assistants to perform abortions. It states it right in the bill, ending of a human pregnancy. With that treatment listed, funding designated in the bill for the Maryland Loan Assistance Repayment Program for physicians and physician assistants will certainly be used for abortion training. This bill will help staff the abortion workforce and pay for the training of that workforce. The Abortion Care Access Act already established a non-lapsing $3.5 million training fund. The abortion industry is leaving no stone unturned to find more dollars. With that non-lapsing training fund, we would like to see that this funding is not used for abortion purposes. So we would like to see certainly more money go more towards helping women who are choosing motherhood. But with that being said, for these reasons, we do ask for an unfavorable report on House Bill 776.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Let's have now Meg Kai, Steve Weiss, and Public Policy Partners, Michael Patty.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Steve Wise on behalf of MedChi. As recently as yesterday afternoon, I thought we were going to continue to have a problem with one section of the bill, but we were able to work that out. And as the board pointed out, I think the amendments that now have all been submitted to the committee represent the language that we most recently worked out. So I appreciate them working with us going back to last fall. Most of this bill is technical, but there are some substantive issues in it which we had to work through. The one that we most recently solved, just to give you a 10-second soundbite on that, when there are actions taken by hospitals today against a physician who may have violated a disciplinary ground, you have to report that. This bill extends that out to employers, so it's a pretty significant expansion, so that would include medical practices. We were concerned that the pendulum was going to swing too far the other way, and we were going to be spending a lot of time reporting everything. But with the language we worked out yesterday, I think we struck the right balance. Happy to answer any questions.
The Hospital Association, can you come up and have a seat as well? Go ahead, Michael.
Michael Patty here today on behalf of the Maryland Academy of Physician Assistants and the Maryland Naturopathic Doctors Association in support of the bill with the amendments. Me too.
You know what? The Hospital Association was written favorable with amendment. Any questions for this panel? I want to thank all the advocates and everyone that worked on this bill to make it possible. And the Board of Physicians, thank you for your work. All right, Emmanuel, thank you for your testimony. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 776. Next, we have House Bill 602, Delegates Hutchinson and Adams, State Board of Nursing, Advanced Practice Nursing Licensure, and Specialty Certification, Reciprocity Discussions, Maryland Border States Advanced Practice Nursing Act. Oof, that's a long title. And I believe you have Dale Jafari, Lynn Nash, Janet Selway, Sarah Peters, and Lindsay War. And if you could just bring up some of the chairs, you all fit up there.
Good afternoon, and it is still afternoon, which is cool. So thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of HGO. I'm Delegate Tom Hutchinson, representing District 37B from the beautiful Eastern Shore. I'm here today to represent House Bill 602, the Maryland Border States Advanced Practice Nursing Act. You know, when I was elected in office and received the honor to serve on this committee, I set my guiding principles for every bill that I looked at in regards to whether it improved access to care, quality, healthcare quality improvement, addressing disparities, improving ED throughput, or helping with workforce shortages. And it's because of some of these principles that I'm proud to sit here today and sponsor this bill with the Nurse Practitioners Association of Maryland. So during the governor's State of the State address last month, I was struck with the following quote from Governor Moore's speech, and I quote, "Let's continue to address our workforce shortages from every angle possible." Now let's repeat that. Every angle possible, not just one, but from every angle. So the purpose of this bill is to do just that, to investigate another angle possible to increase the number of advanced practice nurses in the state via reciprocity with our bordering states. So in 2024, we passed into law House Bill 146, Health Occupations Boards, Reciprocal Licensure and Certification, which allows health occupation boards, such as the Board of Nursing, to issue licenses of reciprocity with our bordering states. Unfortunately, this bill is before you today because the Nurse Practitioner Association of Maryland cannot get the Maryland Board of Nursing to consider reciprocity. That's all this bill does. It's requiring the Board of Nursing to begin having discussions about reciprocity with our border states. That's it. I would consider it a fairly simple bill. While I do not believe they've signed up to testify today, the Maryland Board of Nursing was initially opposed to the idea of reciprocity. And in fact, they testified in person in the Senate in opposition. Yet to my surprise, this morning they dropped their opposition, and I received a new letter of concern from the board. Even so, it appears the Board of Nursing still wants a different angle to address workforce shortage, and that's the APRN compact proposed by the National Council of State Boards of Nursing, which established the compact in 1999. Now, nearly 6 years later, there's only 3 states that have signed on to the compact. And as a reminder, 7 states are needed to implement the compact. The Nurse Practitioner Association is not opposed to the compact, but they do have issues with the current version, which the association president, Dale Jafari, will explain next in her testimony. So as a result, the compact is not an immediate solution to the critical nursing shortages. It did not pass the Senate last year, and there's not even a sponsored bill for the compact in this legislative year. Reciprocity is a solution. It's another angle to address the problem today. And in fact, reciprocity is not exclusive. Reciprocity and compacts can exist harmoniously side by side. The Maryland Board of Physicians have both a compact and a reciprocity agreements. The bill is simply requiring the Board of Nursing to begin the process of having discussions with the state boards of nursing in Delaware, Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia, and the District of Columbia. It provides them a 4-year period to conduct the discussions with a report submitted each year to the General Assembly. In year 1, if they pick up a state, that's a win for nursing shortages. In year 2, if they pick up another, that's another win. In fact, the fiscal note indicates the bill requirements can likely be handled with existing budget resources. But I would like to draw your attention to the letter of concern written by the Board of Nursing that is in testimony. In the second to the last paragraph, they state that they would not need any additional resources to implement a compact that is non-existent today. However, they would need additional resources to begin discussions on the possibility of having reciprocal agreements with our bordering states. That seems to be a little unbelievable. What the fiscal note does not mention is the potential income that could be derived by the Board of Nursing by entering into reciprocal licenses. Reciprocity and compacts are not mutually exclusive. They can coexist together. Let's start with reciprocity and continue to modify and hopefully add Maryland to the compact eventually. But we're at a point where we cannot just continue to wait. We must act now from every angle. Members, I ask for your support of House Bill 602.
Please. Good afternoon, Chair Pena-Melnick, Vice Chair Cullison, and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Dale Jafari, and I'm president of the Nurse Practitioner Association of Maryland, NPAM, and a practicing nurse practitioner in the Mid-Shore region. I ask for your support for House Bill 602 as a vehicle to advance workforce fluidity for nurse practitioners across the borders of our neighboring states. As many of you may recall, NPAM was hoping that the third version of the APRN compact by the National Council of State Boards of Nursing, NCSBN, proposed in sessions 2022 through 2024, would support the nurse practitioners in Maryland and the communities we serve. Healthcare today is practiced in a way that meets the needs of a mobile society. Multiple communities are medically underserved. We need a workforce to meet those needs, and we need it now. Reciprocity offers that option where the APRN compact cannot be enacted until passed by at least 7 states. It has passed in 4. The third version of the APRN compact is problematic for 5 primary reasons. 1, there is no consensus between NCSBN and the NP community. There are 5 national NP organizations and 12 state NP organizations that have signed a letter to this effect. 2, there is a 2,080 practice hour requirement before a newly licensed APRN in Maryland can practice and apply to participate in the compact. 3, prescribing of controlled substances is not included in the APRN compact, thus limiting the prescriptions for our pediatric patients on certain medications for ADHD or our postoperative or cancer patients requiring narcotic pain and medication. 4, it is inflexible, requiring that any changes the state proposes must then pass the legislative bodies of every state participating in the compact to achieve an amendment. And 5, the APRN compact passed in Delaware in 2022 does not have the support of the very APRNs it is intended to govern. The Maryland legislature was wise to recognize the need for an immediate resolution to the workforce shortage with the passage of the 2024 House Bill 146 reciprocal licensure and certification. We now need a mechanism to operationalize an urgent solution to an emergent problem with House Bill 602. We request a favorable report.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Pena-Melnick, Vice Chair Cullison, and members of the committee. I'm Dr. Janet Selway, an associate professor and a nurse practitioner program director at the University of Maryland School of Nursing. I've been a Maryland nurse practitioner since 1988. I provide primary care to an underserved population on the Governor's Wellmobile. Today, I'm speaking for the Nurse Practitioner Association of Maryland, the only organization that exclusively represents Maryland's nurse practitioners. This bill, as you heard, requires the Board of Nursing to just explore the potential for licensure reciprocity agreements for APRNs in our border states and DC. There is a healthcare workforce shortage. HRSA has designated over 100 healthcare shortage areas in Maryland as of December 2024, 56 in primary care and 48 in mental health care. There's a dire anesthesia provider shortage and a shrinking OBGYN workforce, and a maternity desert, at least one or two, 4.2% of Maryland counties. So you've heard that the Board of Physicians already has a compact and has successfully implemented licensure reciprocity agreements with physicians in DC and Virginia. A licensure reciprocity would help avoid a time-consuming credentialing process. In the first 4 months alone, after licensure reciprocity happened with the Board of Physicians, they issued more than 80 licenses by reciprocity. So what will this do? It could facilitate access to telehealth services across the borders, speeds up licensure process for APRNs in surrounding jurisdictions, respects the autonomy of each state, and preserves board oversight of APRN practice. It does not impact APRN's scope of practice, nor would it preclude a future APRN compact, although we hope it would be revised. It could generate revenue, and we urge a favorable report for House Bill 602. Thank you.
Thank you. For the state, next, please.
So Captain Lynn Nash on behalf of the Maryland Military Coalition. Our spouses have a 24% unemployment rate, and many of those unemployed spouses are waiting for a license to be granted by a state that they're coming to. I'm an APRN. It took me 142 days to get my license here in the state of Maryland to have it reinstated. And this bill allows all of those corporations and practices that practice across our borders to let their providers practice across borders, especially in the area of telehealth. So I strongly support this and hope that you give us a favorable report.
Thank you. And can you tell me what year that was?
That I got my license? Last year, ma'am. 142 days.
Last year. Okay. Thank you. Time for questions, but I did it, so. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lindsay Ward, and I am testifying today as the immediate past president of the Maryland chapter of the National Association of Pediatric Nurse Practitioners in support of HB 602. This bill would require the Maryland Board of Nursing to begin the process of facilitating the establishment of reciprocal licensure recognition arrangements with the goal of increasing access to qualified advanced nursing professionals, enhancing licensure portability, and the ease of telehealth access in Maryland and surrounding jurisdictions. As pediatric nurse practitioners, our primary goal is to provide high-quality, accessible health care from birth to young adulthood. Reciprocity would address some of the current barriers to seeing patients across state lines. As a pediatric NP, I have several patients who attend college in surrounding states. Some have to drive or take a bus to Maryland for me to see them for their virtual visit while they're away at school. One of these patients drives 3 hours to sit in a parking lot in Maryland to have a virtual appointment with me. He is attending college in West Virginia, and I see him every 3 months for his anxiety and depression. With reciprocity, those who are certified within the neighboring states can expand their practice to Maryland's and vice versa. There are also a limited number of licensed pediatric acute care nurse practitioners who provide vital services at tertiary care centers. When there is a job vacancy, these roles take longer to fill, which can lead to patient harm. Reciprocity would reduce the time spent waiting to obtain licensure for job applicants from nearby states, filling these positions sooner and bringing qualified NPs to Maryland. HB 602 represents a forward-thinking approach to modernizing licensure and certification processes, ultimately improving access to quality care for Maryland children and their families. I urge a favorable vote. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you all for your work and your testimony. Next, please. You may want to switch chairs. Thank you.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sarah Peters here on behalf of the Nurse Practitioner Association of Maryland. I will cut it short to say the witnesses did a fantastic job, covered everything I would cover, so we urge a favorable report.
Let's open it up for questions now. Are there any questions for the sponsor? Vice Chair Collison, followed by Delegate Riley, then Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that you've begun to address the fact that it looks like the Board of Nursing is still hanging all of its hope on the compact, which can't get passed, as we've seen over the years. So they are, are you aware of other states around us that are interested in this reciprocity? And how difficult would it be to engage in that status of reciprocity?
Vice Chair, thank you for asking that question. I believe Delegate Riley was going to ask that question, but she doesn't have to ask it now. So last week, I actually had my intern reach out to the 5 states, to the Board of Nursing of each of those 5 states to find out where they stand in terms of reciprocity and compacts as well. And I'd actually asked my awesome intern, Chloe, to call them, but she's young and smarter than I am, and she emailed them and actually got emailed responses back, which I will share with the committee later. And let me just summarize what they said. So Virginia, licensing boards of this agency have pursued reciprocity agreements with other states and have several in place. So although we do not have an official position on reciprocity, we can and do enter reciprocity agreements. Legislation to enter Virginia into the APRN compact has never been introduced in the Virginia legislature, and so an official position has never been stated. Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania has not implemented any compacts and is holding on any new compacts. We have no issues with reciprocity if the license is equal to Pennsylvania. West Virginia supports the APRN compact, plans to get it reintroduced into 2026. They have some concerns about reciprocity as they've never entered into a reciprocity agreement. However, they are welcome to the idea. Delaware passed the APRN compact legislation in 2021, and they support the compact licensure. They are not supportive of reciprocity with their neighboring states. However, I do have a letter of support from the Delaware Coalition of Nurse Practitioners, as they also want reciprocity added into their state, and we've received a response back from DC.
Can I just follow up quickly? Sure. Just, is there, having the compact, so in the case of Delaware, does having the compact preempt it from having reciprocity, or can these two things exist simultaneously?
They can coexist together, as the Board of Physicians has proven here in the state of Maryland.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Delegate Riley, followed by Delegate Hill.
Vice Chair Collison asked my question. Thank you very much. And Delegate Hutchin,
Answer your question.
Delegate, thank you for the bill, and I don't know if this is for you or for Ms. Peters, but I want to preface it just by asking how many of the people on the panel, how many of the nurse practitioners on the panel already are licensed in more than one state?
Did you know that?
So you're licensed in more than one state. It's not an answer, it's a yes or no. Because, I mean, because I just want to clarify, and, as the vice chair has said, and you have said, we've done this with other medical professions. And sometimes the testimony gets confusing as if you can't practice in a neighboring state unless there's a compact or unless there is a reciprocity agreement, when in actuality, what those do is they expedite the process and they may save you some money. But you could apply for license in multiple states and have licenses in multiple states, as some of us have done. So, Delegate, here's the question. Prioritize. What do you mean in the bill when you say prioritize? You're not, what are you asking the board to do, to drop everything else, or just to actually take the time to make the inquiry and start the effort?
Yeah, I'd say my intern did a lot of work on Thursday about this whole issue right now. I mean, it's really to begin the discussions with those states, and I just identified of the 5, 3 have at least said we would be interested in having discussions and dialogue about this.
Right.
And so that's just sort of the frustration I think the association has had with the Board of Nursing, is their reluctance to even entertain reciprocity because they're stuck on the compact and the compact only.
So open the discussion, and if for some reason they don't have a willing partner, this doesn't force them into an agreement that would not be in the benefit of Maryland, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other questions. Thank you so much, everyone. Really appreciate you. Let's go to an unfavorable. Deborah Brocado and Sabrina Sepulveda. Unfavorable. Will you come up? Actually, let me call you separately. Is that okay? Let me call you separately.
One at a time?
Why don't I go with Ms. Brocado first?
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello again, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and delegates. I'm Deborah Brocado from Maryland Right to Life. And on behalf of our Board of Directors and our members, we ask for an unfavorable report on House Bill 602. So we do recognize the good intentions and wanting to fulfill like staffing shortages. As a retired nurse, I experienced this firsthand, and there were often used traveling nurses to fulfill the staffing shortages. But this, with a compact, this extending across 7 states, I think is what the compact is, and with prescriptive authority, that means there's widespread telehealth use for prescribing medicine to patients. While I can recognize the good use for this, especially if, as the one panelist discussed, where there are students going off to school in another state and they need their prescriptions filled or need to talk with their healthcare professional, that's a very good reason. There's already a relationship there between the patient and the healthcare professional. What we have a real problem with is the prescribing of these dangerous abortion pills through telehealth, where there is no relationship and there's no in-person exam that can determine if there are coexisting problematic conditions for prescribing that pill, and also where they cannot determine gestational age or if there are other existing conditions like an ectopic pregnancy, or they're further along in the pregnancy than is recommended for prescribing that pill. That's very dangerous for women and girls. So we don't like that this bill could be exploited for that purpose. So that is why we are asking for an unfavorable report on House Bill 602.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate you. Next, we have unfavorable Sabrina Sepulveda.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sabrina Sepulveda, and I'm a psychiatric nurse practitioner in St. Mary's County and a member of the Maryland Academy of Advanced Practice Clinicians. I would like to thank the sponsor, as we do share the goal of increasing healthcare access for APRNs, provider mobility. However, the reciprocity legislation is inadequate solution compared to the APRN contract for several reasons. First is public safety. Reciprocity lacks uniform disciplinary mechanisms, and my written testimony highlights a case study from the Journal of Nursing Regulation in 2021 describing this gap. An APRN compact establishes the state's authority for disciplinary action against practitioners. Number two is controlled substances. Reciprocity agreements cannot override federal DEA requirements or state-specific controlled substance laws. APRNs would still need separate DEA licenses and state CDS credentials in each jurisdiction which they practice, which is costly. The APRN Compact acknowledges this reality while reciprocity creates false expectations. 3, practice barriers will remain. Reciprocity cannot override state-specific scope of practice laws. Maryland APRNs could still face practice restrictions in states like Pennsylvania, which requires supervision, Virginia, which has a 3 to 5 year supervisory period, and West Virginia, which limits CRNA independence. This bill only addresses border states, while modern healthcare requires nationwide mobility, especially for telehealth and continued care. 4, there is a proven alternative availability. The APRN Compact provides uniform standards, centralized information sharing, clear disciplinary authority, and broader geographic reach. The compact has support from a vast majority of nursing organizations in Maryland, as well as a group of diverse stakeholders representing patients, military families, and healthcare facilities. The evidence clearly shows Interstate Compact provides more sustainable, comprehensive framework for safe practice mobility without the burden to the resources of our Maryland Board of Nursing. I urge an unfavorable review. Thank you.
Thank you. I have questions starting with Delegate Riley, followed by Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is, do we have a compact bill in this year?
We do not.
And do we know why, or you don't know why?
I do not know why.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, first of all, for taking the time to write a very detailed bit of testimony, then coming here. I just want to, it sounds to me that you're thinking of reciprocity as privileged reciprocity, meaning I'm licensed in Maryland, but I have the privilege to practice in a neighboring state. And I think, at least based on the physician reciprocity, that we're talking about licensed reciprocity, whereby if the standards are similar enough to be almost the same, that having a license in one will allow an expedited process for getting licensed in the other. Am I incorrect in interpreting that you're talking about a privileged reciprocity, not a licensed reciprocity?
What's different about physicians' reciprocity is physicians enjoy almost a uniform standard of practice care. What I've highlighted in my testimony written in here is that there are differences in each state's APRN practice. That would still apply. If you should be practicing in Virginia, you're held to their standard of care and their scope of practice. It would not be the same.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any questions? I do have one. So the vice chair asked a question earlier, and it was how only 3 states have joined.
I believe it's 4 at this point.
Is it 4? Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
4.
And I do believe that there is current legislation in at least 3 other states pending this legislative session.
And I'm not sure about that, but in any event, it's been like in the last 6 years, you said, or so. Does that not concern you?
That there is not?
That it's so slow, and that we have a shortage.
It is concerning, but I would vote for the compact, so.
Okay, thank you.
It is my understanding it didn't get to vote last session. That's my understanding.
What didn't get to the vote?
The compact bill did not come up for vote.
Okay. 2 years ago.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Yeah. All right, I don't see any other questions. Thank you, and thank you for making that drive.
Yes.
I know it's a long drive. How long did it take you?
It's about an hour and a half.
Well,
It'll be an hour and a half home, too.
Well, I want to tell you thank you.
Thank you so much.
And that we were listening, and that, we don't take it for granted, okay? Thank you for using your voice.
Absolutely, thank you.
And safe travels.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. May I have a virtual favorable? Nayla Russell, I believe. Is she there? She is? Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon. Ms. Russell, how are you?
I'm well. How are you, Chair?
I'm doing well. Great to see you.
You too. Thank you.
Will you be so kind and give us your testimony?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I did submit a written testimony as well. And so
We have it.
Thank you, ma'am. So in an effort to streamline, I just want to reiterate the importance of considering how important access for military spouses is. As many of you know, I'm a military spouse and a practicing nurse practitioner licensed in Maryland. And there are so many military spouses in Maryland. Actually, nearly 19% of the military spouses work in health-related fields. So because of this, many times we need to think about license portability. There's been many federal legislative efforts, including supportive compacts. There's also been things within the state of Maryland that have made it easier for nurse practitioners to gain licensure. However, by doing reciprocity, it would make it even simpler and it would expedite everything we need for licensure. Not every state has expedited licensure like Maryland does, and we have a number of border states, including bases that go across state lines. I think it's important to not go across state lines, but our members have to go across state lines, and of course their spouses move with them. So I just wanted to iterate how important it is. I know that this body really supports military spouses, and I really implore you to consider how reciprocity would support us by saving us money, making it easier to have portability of licensure and to move with our spouses who are stationed within the DMV area. Thank you so much.
Your spouse for your service, and thank you for your service as well in your profession. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much, and thank you for being patient as you waited, okay? This actually concludes, you're welcome, concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 602. Next, we have House Bill 1251. Is Delegate Tolles here?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, good afternoon, Delegate Tolles. This is House Bill 1251, Healthcare Facilities and Medical Professional Liability Insurers, Obstetric Services Policies, Dual-Line Birth Policy Transparency Act. You do have a sponsor panel, Caitlin McDonough, Anna Rodney, Nikki Williams, Jennifer Chaffee, Valerie Campbell. And then you have two virtual ones, so we'll bring them up. Will you have them ready, please? That's Dr. Jennifer Alexander and Alexa Richardson. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Will you be so kind and move the microphone closer to you?
Yes. Is this better, Madam Chair?
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. I just want to say, I always say that when you see my chairman and I say I can't hear, now I know I'm not the only one when folks don't move it closer. So you whisper that in his ear. All right, whenever you're ready, Madam Chair. Okay, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Madam Chair Pena Melnick, Vice Chair Bonnie Cullison, and members of the Health and Government Operations Committee. I'm here to testify in support of my bill of HB 1251, the Doula and Birth Policy Transparency Act. House Bill 1251 is a bill to create transparency in maternal health and birth policies in Maryland healthcare facilities, to ensure that patients have a full understanding of the care they are receiving and the autonomy to make decisions about their own health care. This is especially important for Black women, Black and brown women who experience some of the most stark inequities in care and outcomes in the maternal health space. Maryland has taken steps to address these inequities, including passing the Maryland Maternal Health Act of 2024, which codified essential data reporting for maternal health and patient-centered health care metrics. House Bill 1251 takes the next step by ensuring all patients have transparency into birth policies with providers they choose, so they are able to safely and effectively navigate the maternal health system and advocate for the care and outcomes they want. House Bill 1251 requires facilities in Maryland to provide obstetric. I knew I was going to mess it up. OB care. My tongue was so tied up. Thank you. Obstetric. I'm still chewing it up. And this is recorded, so I'm feeling embarrassed. Okay, so moving on to establish several patient-centered policies that lead to better communication, better care, and better outcomes. And as the bill indicates, the policies include ensuring that patients are able to utilize doula services and do not have to have the difficult decision of choosing whether their doula or their partner or family can be with them during labor and delivery. Doulas provide physical, cultural, and emotional support during pregnancy, labor, and after birth, and consistently lead to better experiences and outcomes for patients and families. Policies that prioritize bonding between the bonding and the benefits of bonding for all parents, for all patients and families. Requiring informed consent for significant medical interventions, including cesareans, section, and medication to induce labor, which ensure patients have full understanding of what care they are receiving. And of course, any risk and the ability to make informed decisions on their own behalf. It allows for policies to ensure a clear transfer and acceptance process for patients transferring into facility care from a home birth provider, which ensures that patients have a full range of maternal health options and they can safely move across providers. And finally, it will create transparency in birthing policies and potential care restrictions from liability insurers for healthcare facilities. Having a full understanding of these policies allow patients to choose their practitioners and providers that work for them. Transparent information and strong communication with patients are the cornerstones of making patients feel comfortable and preserving the key role in their own care. This bill is part of a larger comprehensive birth equity package, and patients in Maryland deserve those same protections that other states like Colorado passed in 2021. And I want to thank the Maryland's Women Caucus who making this a priority. The chair of that review committee, Pam Gazzoni, is here in this committee, so I want to thank you for that. And it's also a Black Caucus priority. And so thank the Black Caucus, Chair Wilkins. And why I mention that, because women and minorities in the birthing process is critical to ensuring our patients are safe. And so with that, I urge a favorable report so on House Bill 1251. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Who would you like to go next?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Caitlin McDonough here in support of House Bill 1251 on behalf of the Association of Independent Midwives of Maryland and Maryland Families for Safe Birth, a birth access advocacy patient organization. I want to start by thanking our sponsor, our many co-sponsors, both the Women's and Black Caucus, for their support of this important issue. This bill is about transparency and making sure patients have a full understanding of policies at the healthcare facilities where they're receiving obstetric care. And actually, Delegate Tolles did a really good job of going through the different provisions of the bill. As she mentioned, Colorado passed a comprehensive birth equity, birth transparency package back in 2021. It had several elements that Maryland has already addressed in statute. We talked a little bit about the metrics and data collection and reporting bill that passed last year. It dealt with women in incarceration and some of their prenatal and during labor and delivery access to care issues, insurance coverage, which this committee has addressed to a certain extent across providers. And this is kind of the last piece of the puzzle, and it is about transparency. I want to thank the Hospital Association. They've been working with us a lot on kind of working through the mechanics of the bill, and Natasha Mayhew in particular has been really responsive and giving input. It is not our goal here to be overly prescriptive in what these policies are. But I think we know that hospitals have these policies around visitor policies, around doulas, around informed consent, around transfer of care between different practitioners and patients coming in from out of hospital. We want to make sure patients are aware of those policies, understand those policies, and know them up front so they know what to expect and how to advocate for themselves when they are in that kind of difficult labor and delivery setting. So happy to work with the stakeholders to address some of the mechanics in the bill. But again, this is about having informed patients, which we know leads to better outcomes for all women. And so we have some midwives here to discuss the midwife parts. We have doulas, we have patients. So all the different stakeholders that are touched by different aspects of the bill. And we welcome any questions. Thank you, committee.
Thank you. Who will be next?
Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson, Vice Chairperson, and members of the committee. My name is Anna Rodney. I'm a doula, maternal health advocate, and leader in the maternal health landscape in Maryland. I'm appearing today in support of HB 1251. The inclusion of doulas in this bill will serve as a safeguard for the hired professional workforce represented by doulas as a trusted component of the birth team. Doulas have been proven to improve outcomes and experiences of birthing persons and their families. As it's been researched, doulas oftentimes serve as a bridge between families and medical staff in the sometimes hectic environment of birth. Doulas also serve as the emotional and energetic set point for families and providers, in my opinion, guiding the energy of a birth that can jump from fear to exhaustion to pure joy, elation, and love. It is our job to make sure that families experience the closest iteration of birth they have envisioned for themselves while informing and supporting sometimes snap decisions in an ever-changing scenario. When doulas are not recognized, included, or welcomed into the birth environment, we lose the opportunity to serve our families in the capacity we have promised and been paid to do. While I am concerned about the language in the bill that specifies certification, thusly excluding a population of doulas who have been leaning on their ancestral knowledge, community trust, and years of experience, I have been assured that we can adjust this language to make sure we are not further isolating doulas from the birth setting, but ensuring their safe and supported inclusion. Leaning on the word certification could potentially lend itself to looking to the Maryland Health Department, instead of lending itself to look to the Maryland Health Department certifying bodies, which is incomplete and not representative of the training and certification opportunities available in the area. At the onset of COVID, doulas were promptly dismissed from hospital birth settings, not being recognized as a professional part of the care team. Instead, we were pushed to mere visitors. Hospitals have all had their own policies, which makes it harder for doulas to predict their reception from hospital to hospital and their ability to serve as policy stands today. Our years of training, experience, self-discovery, and community engagement requires more respect for the title of doula, and it is my opinion that with a slight shift in language, HB 1251 will do that. So I am asking for a favorable report on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you always.
Thank you. Who's next?
Chair Pena-Melnick and members of the committee, my name is Nikki Williams. I am a licensed direct entry midwife working in Central Maryland, and I wanted to speak specifically, I am in support of this bill, and I want to talk specifically about the subsection that discusses transferring medical records when the birthing parent was receiving services from the healthcare in the home birth setting. We've been practicing in Maryland for the past 10 years legally, so we've created our own protocols for transferring mothers and babies to the local hospital when they need a higher level of care. We recognize and agree that all available studies on home birth show that optimal safety and outcomes are dependent on midwives being integrated into and supported by the wider healthcare system. So fortunately in Maryland, we have lots of hospitals with labor and delivery units, which creates a problem of we continue to have difficulty with safe, smooth, efficient transfer of care due to the disparate attitudes and protocols that we experience at each different hospital, along with the various EMS stations that we enlist to help us with the transport. We've had issues such as complaints made on licenses due to staff disagreeing with the act of home birth, significant delays in care, delays in receiving records, outright refusals to accept a patient transport, and the unwillingness to communicate with or accommodate the midwife in a transport situation. I've had a memorable patient transport where I sent a baby with mild respiratory distress to the hospital during COVID, and the hospital decided not to accept babies into the NICU because they were born outside of the hospital, and that led to the baby being flown to Children's National, and by the time the helicopter had landed, the baby was normal and healthy. And that has created a lot of lasting trauma to the family and to myself as a midwife, who now second guesses every transport in its method and necessity, and I brace for trouble whenever I make contact with the hospital. We have tried to engage with hospitals to establish a standardized program, cross-hospital wide, and haven't received a response. So we are hopeful that we can now achieve these connections with hospitals via this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Chafee. I am on the board of Maryland Families for Safe Birth, and we support this bill. Maryland Families for Safe Birth is a grassroots, consumer-driven organization dedicated Okay. Maryland Families for Safe Birth is a grassroots, consumer-driven organization dedicated to evidence-based, culturally sensitive maternity care for Maryland families. We frequently hear from frustrated families who want more transparency of institutional policies and clearer communication from their healthcare providers. Consumers need accurate, clear, and unbiased information to make informed decisions about their health care. House Bill 1251 proposes several statutory changes and has 4 main components, which Delegate Tolles has mostly covered. Ultimately, what we want is improved patient confidence, comfort, and safety, resulting in better outcomes. First component, again, is allowing a doula, as well as a family member or other support person at birth. Second component makes labor and delivery policies more readily accessible. Patients need to have access to these policies such that they can adjust their expectations of care accordingly, so they are not surprised at the last minute when in a most vulnerable state. Third component is a requirement that hospitals develop reasonable policies for accepting transfers from out-of-hospital care. And the fourth component strengthens language around informed consent so that the decisions are truly in the hands of the person most affected, the person giving birth. There are too many stories of people feeling that they were coerced into a procedure that they did not want and that they believed they did not need. We need to improve this. Ultimately, improved outcomes and patient satisfaction are the goals of this bill. The collective changes outlined in House Bill 1251 are a move in the right direction. We urge you to support this bill so that we can work together to improve maternity care for Maryland families.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Valerie Campbell, and I'm a supporting member of Maryland Families for Safe Birth. I reside in Baltimore County in Harry Banderi's district. I'm here today to speak in support of HB 1251. Choosing my midwife was actually difficult for me because there were so many excellent direct entry midwives, and which was a stark contrast to the typical OBGYN experience where patients are assigned whoever is on duty that day. Over the course of my pregnancy, I bonded with my midwives. They felt like trusted aunts. And when I had a single high blood pressure reading, they helped me manage it with dietary changes and supplements. Thanks to their guidance, my pregnancy progressed smoothly. However, during labor, my midwives noticed something was wrong. They stayed by my side, taking shifts to monitor my vitals. When my blood pressure began rising and my baby wasn't descending despite full dilation, they told me, I think it's time we start thinking about going to the hospital. Take a moment to reflect on that phrasing. They believe in women making their own choices. They didn't force me, they empowered me. And because I trusted them, I knew it was time. There was nothing to think about. Let's go. Upon arrival at the hospital, the patient-centered care disappeared. I was stripped of my clothes, placed in a gown, and hooked up to IVs and monitors before I could object. My midwives continued advocating for me, but the OBGYN was already frustrated. As I labored, the external monitor shifted with my movements, and the OB insisted on an internal monitor. When I declined that intervention, the OB's response was, then we need to do a C-section. Simply because I declined an unnecessary invasive intervention, with my midwives there going, we can move the external monitors as necessary. Eventually, the C-section became necessary, and I consented to it, and my child was born healthy, and my midwives were there to help with aftercare. They came to my home when I got home and continued with the postnatal appointments up to my 6 weeks afterwards. This experience is why I tell people, choose midwives if you can. This care is what the standard of practice should be for all pregnancies. Hour-long prenatal appointments where women are heard, respected, and treated as individuals. So I urge you to support HB 1251 and to ensure all families in Maryland have access to this level of compassionate, evidence-based care. Thank you.
Thank you. And to all of you, thank you for sharing your personal stories, okay? We appreciate it. I'm so glad you and your child are doing well. So we're going to open it up for questions right now from this panel. Are there any questions for the sponsor and her panel? Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you so much for this bill. Just real quick, I don't know if you had a chance to look at at all the testimony that we received, but the American College of Nurse Midwives has requested two amendments, and I wanted to make sure that you are aware of them before the subcommittee meets. One is that on page 2, when it talks about informed consent.
I'm sorry, Delegate. Which individual, which testimony?
Sure, I'm sorry. It's the affiliate of the American College of Nurse Midwives.
There's a lot of this.
Sorry,
Okay.
If it's helpful, I can, because we haven't been in communication with ACNM. So my understanding of the two would be a clarification around an emergency exemption or exception to the informed consent. We're looking very carefully at it, and I looked kind of specifically to the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, guidance around bioethics and informed consent. And I think it does have some protocols for if a patient's unable to give consent, if they're unconscious or something like that, and seeking next of kin while you maybe continue with care and things like that. So I think we're looking at language to potentially link the informed consent and the policy to some of the standard practices and standard care for practitioners and for the facilities to try and address that. And then my understanding, the other amendment is, so as drafted, this bill would apply to any facility that provides obstetric care. Currently, that's really only hospitals in Maryland, but should we have birth centers or other facilities come online as the bill is introduced, this would apply to them as well. Happy to have that discussion. We're kind of trying to figure out like which of these policies applies, would apply in a birth center setting and which wouldn't, and how those two facilities could interact with each other for transfer purposes as well. So we are aware of the amendments and working through them.
And just specifically to that point, what they're saying about the birthing centers issue is that they've been working with the Department of Health.
See, you use acronyms, Dr. Hill. I have a legal background, so you had to, is it American College of Obstetricians? Okay, ACNM, okay. What is the whole, I have all the testimony here. What is the whole name of the?
The whole name is Affiliate of American College of Nurse Midwives.
Okay, got it.
So if you look down, and I mean, she answered part of it, but it's not that. They're not asking to work with, they're asking for birthing centers to be removed from the bill.
Yeah, I understand what they're asking for. I think we're still trying to kind of, and I agree that certain aspects of the bill and the policies outlined in the bill do not apply as directly to a birth center as they maybe do to a hospital. I think some of the policies like around newborn-centered care and bonding and things like that, which we know under the midwifery model of care are going to be happening in a birth center. So I mean, I would just say we're still working through those amendments. I kind of got to go, we got to go through and figure out like which applies and which doesn't. But Robin and ACNM have certainly noted those amendments, and we'll try and work through them.
No birthing centers. Thank you.
Yeah, but there aren't any.
I'm trying to go through the fiscal note. I mean, I know that it is, I guess in this year, it's a little bit challenging.
Yeah, it's very modest. It's very.
It's only $500,000.
I know. So it's 90,000. It's 90,000. It is 90,000. It's
About 75 this year.
Working on it.
So I was gonna say, if you can go back and try to work it.
Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, my understanding is, and I would like to, and we are working, and we're gonna have another bill in a minute that we're also actively working with the department on raise the questions. My understanding is that the Office of Healthcare Quality already investigates complaints or concerns around, if patients feel like they didn't have proper and informed consent, or that their doula was denied entry and things like this. So my understanding is they think with the policies being made more transparent, some of those complaints could occur more frequently, and it would require another, I apologize, I forget the term, but basically nurse inspector. I don't know that would necessarily happen, but we understand about the fiscal implications with the department, and we'll try and work through them.
Through it.
Thank you.
Delegate Taveras. Okay, yeah, they're gonna work on it. And then, we need to get something from the department saying that it has changed.
And I want to thank you, Madam Chair, because you always are so willing to work with us in terms of trying to get with the fiscal note and other issues that may surround the bill. So we will definitely work through that, and I thank you in advance.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime. Any other questions? All right, seeing none for this panel, I'm going to call now a favorable with amendment panel.
Madam Chair, can I just say one, I mentioned Wilkins, but I also want to just thank publicly Women's Caucus President Dana Jones, who was really supportive. I mentioned the other Black Caucus Chair, but I wanted to make sure I mentioned her name publicly, so thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for working on the amendments and working on the fiscal note, because that will be an issue. So thank you for addressing it, okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My pleasure. Oh, wait a minute, do I have? I think that they are all favorable with amendment, but if they can wait, I like to do they're favorable, and I like to do the favorable with amendment just to balance, okay? If you can hold on a second, those that are virtual. Thank you. May I have a panel favorable with amendment: Christine Crone, Robin Elliott, Natasha Mehu. Just to try to be balanced, and then we'll come back to the favorable, okay? Good afternoon. How are you? Who would like to get started? Now, I know you guys, none of you are shy, so let's get going. All right, Natasha, let's go with you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Natasha Mayu here on behalf of the Maryland Hospital Association in support with amendments for House Bill 1251. I do want to thank the sponsor and Caitlin and the stakeholders for reaching out and trying to address our concerns. I do believe those conversations have been productive. As you heard earlier, the bill as introduced is overly prescriptive and duplicative. Hospitals already have these policies in place for doulas, informed consent, and they need the flexibility to address issues delivery by delivery. They don't want to get into the specifics of legislating hospital operations. However, we support the intent to ensure that the birthing parents are aware of the hospital policies, that they can have the support of a doula, and that there are clear policies in place that make transfer of care between hospitals, midwives, doulas as seamless as possible. And so we look forward to continuing to work on amendments that help provide that transparency without being overly prescriptive. And with that, we urge a favorable amendments report.
All right, thank you. Who's next?
Good afternoon, members of the Health and Government Operations Committee. My name is Christine Crone, here on behalf of the Maryland section of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, here to testify on House Bill 1251 as support only if amended. I'd like to also thank the sponsors and stakeholders for working on the bill in advance, which requires healthcare facilities across Maryland to establish obstetric service policy to better define the relationship of a doula within the healthcare facility, as well as make birth policies within these facilities more transparent. While we recognize the important role doulas play in the patient birthing process, we still think the bill has some work to do. I won't repeat the American College of Nurse Midwives amendment suggestions, but American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists are thinking along the same lines with the informed consent provision. With our concern noted, we look forward to working the bill a bit more at the subcommittee level with the stakeholders. Thank you for your time.
Robin Elliott, here today on behalf of the American College of Nurse Midwives, Maryland affiliate. Thank you, Delegate Hill, for getting our whole name. Very much in support of the core of this bill. It really reflects the values of midwifery, including a broad range of midwifery providers. I'll just speak for a moment to the request to remove freestanding birthing centers from this particular bill. Many of you may know we have no freestanding birthing centers right now in Maryland. The last one closed in 2023, and before that, the numbers were dwindling. Not opposed at all to thinking about what should the requirements be on birthing centers, just noting that it probably looks a little bit different than what is applied to hospitals. I will note that a delegate on your committee sponsored a wonderful bill on certified midwives in 2023 that passed, asked the Department of Health to do a work group on increasing the number of birthing centers, which would only take one since we're at 0. And so just thinking that perhaps this conversation about what to do about regulations could be had in the broader context of what do we do about trying to at least get to one, hopefully more birthing centers in Maryland. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up for questions now. Are there any questions for this panel? Vice Chair Collison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Robin, for clarifying the concern. Do you think there's an advantage to putting something in this bill that would prepare us, hopefully, for perhaps looking at a birthing center that is, able to start up at some point? Or should we just leave it out now completely, saying they don't exist, therefore we don't need to be talking about them yet?
So I've been thinking a little bit about this, and I was thinking about the bills. It was House Bill 717 that you all passed in 2023, which asked the Department of Health to do a work group on birthing centers. And perhaps that same work group should consider the components that are applicable to birthing centers in this bill. And I think Caitlin noted, not everything applies. They are not doing C-sections, for example. But certainly I think the spirit of prioritizing newborn bonding with their family, really emphasizing the importance of doulas, those are all interwoven in the philosophy of birthing centers. So if there is a way that we can bring that out more in our regulatory structure, certainly look at it, and just thinking it should be a part of a holistic discussion about what to do about birthing centers and bringing our numbers up from 0.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
All right, Delegate Valerie.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Natasha, you state that our hospitals already have policies in place for informed consent and doula presence and the coordination with home birth providers. If these policies are working effectively, why do we continue to hear reports from patients and the constituents and doulas about barriers to access, and including restricted doula presence and medical intervention? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I'm not familiar with the specific reports that have been discussed, but I do know that the hospitals do strive to create a safe, comfortable environment for patients that are giving birth and to work with them. Many work closely with doulas, some work with nurse midwives. I do think hospitals also share the frustration that comes when there's not clear communication, where there's gaps in information. And in situations like this, particularly when you have home births and that ultimately need transferred to a hospital, it's really important that those communication lines are clear, are open, so that we don't run into these problems that that you are hearing about.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And thank you for working with the sponsor. Appreciate it. So let's go to the favorable virtual. We have Alexa Richardson. We have Christina Daniels, Jennifer Alexander, and Elizabeth Rayner. Can we just get started? How about Ms. Richardson?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Alexa Richardson, and I'm an attorney specializing in birth justice issues. I'm also a midwife and a mother of 2 babies born at home in Maryland. Reproductive justice includes a person's ability to birth where, how, and with whom she wishes. It means being able to make informed decisions about the process and to have access to the options necessary to exercise those informed decisions. Women in Maryland have a lack of birth options when compared to women in other states. Most hospitals here will not permit pregnant people to safely pursue a vaginal birth after cesarean. Many hospitals in this state are hostile towards home birth. Families and home birth midwives fear transferring to hospitals that routinely deride them and refuse to receive critical medical information from midwives to ensure the transfer is safe. We have no freestanding birth centers in this state. Women who choose hospital birth consistently report facing coercion, pressure, and unconsented procedures during labor. They report being separated from and denied critical bonding time with their newborns. And when families attempt to bring doulas with them to help navigate the process and advocate for their wishes, hospitals may deny entry to the doula. Studies show women of color are mistreated in labor at higher rates than white women, and women and babies of color suffer worse outcomes from birth as well. We can do better. This bill is an important first step in addressing some of the biggest failings in our system and is badly needed. Right now, if a hospital is unprepared for home birth transfers, a family denied their doula, or a procedure is performed against the wishes of the parent, there really is no legal recourse available. Tort law fails families in these situations because there's often no physical injury or harm, and regulatory complaints for such acts typically go nowhere because there's not enough clarity in the law to protect these basic rights. This bill would articulate the rights at issue and create good accountability mechanisms to help families. I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here with us. Let's go on to the next person. How about Ms. Rayner? Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you all so much for the work that you do. My name is Elizabeth Reiner. I'm a home birth mother, certified professional midwife, and president of the Association of Independent Midwives of Maryland, or AIM. I have been attending births for 22 years, and I am proud to be Maryland licensed midwife number 7, although I just spoke after midwife number 1. I am here to express AIM's support of HB 1251. The midwifery model of care emphasizes providing individualized education. It emphasizes the autonomy of our clients and respects birthing mothers to make the right choices for their families. In order to make informed choices, families need to have access to transparent policies and information about their providers and their birth facilities. Families have the right to know who we are entrusting with our health and our baby's health. Pregnancy and birth are among the most important and impactful decisions that have lifelong implications for both mother and baby. To be clear, this bill is not about home birth, but about Maryland birthing families, 98% of which choose hospital birth. Maryland families also have the right to the support of a doula or professional labor support present at their birth, regardless of where or when they give birth. For instance, the access to doulas at births was drastically reduced during the pandemic and can vary widely hospital by hospital. As a midwife, I encourage my clients to prepare for the possibility of a transfer from the beginning of our care together. I also encourage them to hire a doula. The benefits of doulas are broad and amazing. A doula can provide culturally sensitive support. They are proven to improve birth outcomes, reduce labor times, reduce medical interventions, increase lactation success, reduce postpartum depression, lower cesarean section rates, and improve mothers' sense of satisfaction with their births. In the specific case of transfer from a home birth setting, no one should need to choose between their sister, husband, their home birth midwife who they've been receiving care with for months, or anyone else just so that they can keep their doula by their side. In these transfers, the presence of their doula provides continuity of care from the home to hospital setting and makes a tremendous difference. So thank you so much for supporting Maryland families with this bill.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Next, we have Ms. Daniels.
Hello. Thank you
Hi,
for
how are
giving me
you?
the opportunity to speak today. I am a patient. I have 2 children, and both of them were born safely at home under the care of a certified midwife. As part of the home birth process, I was required to give my midwife all of my medical information and also create a hospital transfer plan. I was very fortunate that my midwife happened to have positive experiences when transferring patients to the hospital closest to where I gave birth. And I cannot stress the value of having the peace of mind that if something had gone wrong, she knew the hospital's policies would be able to successfully transfer my medical records, especially as someone with allergies to common medications. Thankfully, it didn't come to that, but everybody should have the right to know the policies at any hospital where they give birth, whether it's a home birth transfer or not. That also being said, not every midwife has 10 years of experience like mine did, and not every hospital sees the home birth community positively. The importance of having a policy for home birth transfers isn't a matter of if, it is a matter of when, and there are instances where these transfers are emergencies. I also think we can agree that the main priority of doctors and nurses in a hospital setting should be, and usually is, to ensure that both mom and baby make it out of the hospital healthy. While doctors and nurses do a wonderful job of focusing on these physical aspects of birth, that is only half the experience that mothers have in the hospital and at home. Birth is very difficult physically, but also mentally and emotionally. Doulas are educated to help ease the discomfort and provide ways for a woman's labor to progress naturally without interfering with hospital staff. To deny a woman this advocate when she is most vulnerable is simply cruel. I believe that the peace of mind this bill could provide to pregnant women is invaluable and could reduce the stress that has been associated with prolonged labor and cesarean. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being with us. We appreciate it, all 3 of you, and for making the time. There is one additional person that was virtual, and that is Jennifer Alexander, not here. All right, let the record reflect that we did call her. Let's open it up for questions for these virtual witnesses. Are there any questions for these 3 witnesses? Delegate Taveras.
Hi, and I have to apologize if I asked this question several years ago, but what happens when a delivery goes bad? In my family, we had that situation where my cousin was delivering and she spent 48 hours and it wasn't, she almost died with a doula in her apartment in New York. So what happens under those situations? Like, where's the responsibility, accountability?
Would you like me to address that?
Which one is who's the person that could have this answer?
I'm happy to address that.
Elizabeth.
As a practicing midwife. So doulas are not healthcare providers. This is a very important distinction and one of our most frequently asked questions. So a doula support is there for educational support, physical, emotional, informational support, but they do not and should not be taking the place of a healthcare provider. So there should be a midwife if it is if it's a home birth, there should be a licensed midwife present, or a doula can also be there in case of at a hospital birth. So that's one thing, and then there's also, in terms of a planned home birth, again, our conversations about the possibility of needing to transfer to a hospital start usually before a client even hires us. We are always talking about that possibility, because our job is to provide, respectful, informed consent and care and individualized care. But we cannot guarantee where that person might need to give birth and whether they might need to transfer to a hospital, be it transferring care during the course of the pregnancy or during the course of the labor or postpartum. So our job, we are experts in normal, healthy birth, and our job is to keep continuously monitoring the pregnancy and birth for signs of normal, and when those go outside of normal, to transfer. And we always have a transfer plan in place. Those are required by law. And what this bill does is really has the hospital meet us halfway, where they are required to have a receiving care plan. So we as midwives are required to have a transfer care plan of when and where we would go in case of emergency, but the hospital does not have the same need. Does that answer your question?
More or less. More or less. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm sorry for your, the experience that your family had.
No, she came out on top.
Okay.
We're strong people.
Okay. Alexa, did you want to say something?
No, I think Elizabeth
Okay.
did a great job.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. She did. All right, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here with us. We really appreciate you and what you do as well, okay? And for being patient as we ask these questions. We do have 3 more witnesses left, and that is Toba Brody, Laura Eldridge, and Paige Baroka. Will you be so kind and come up? Okay.
Someone's having a
She's
baby.
doing more important things.
Exactly.
You can go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you so much for your time today. I have a couple of thoughts from a unique perspective. My name is Tova Brody. I am a licensed direct entry midwife. And before I was a midwife, I was actually a doula. And I just want to speak to more of what Nikki had said before about like hospitals receiving midwifery transfers. Shout out to St. Joe's, University of Maryland. They have a fabulous policy set up, implemented. Julia Perkins is a certified nurse midwife there, and we've been brainstorming for the past few years, like, let's get this in other hospitals. Let's educate the other hospitals. Let's, bridge the communication gaps. And we have contacted every Maryland hospital. We have reached out to MIMS and EMS to be like, let's start the conversation. What can we do? And we've received no response. Multiple midwives have reached out, and I appreciate the time of the other stakeholders. We've been sitting at the table with MHA and Caitlin and ACOG, we've been talking about things, but it is very frustrating for us that we keep hitting a brick wall with the other hospitals. I just want to share something that happened to 2 patients of mine as a midwife. 2 people became high risk in pregnancy. I transferred their care to the hospital. They both needed planned cesareans. And because I have a background as a doula, they had asked me to support them in a doula capacity in the hospital. Take my midwife hat off, and I am just there to love and support them emotionally. Both of them had checked with their OBs, and one of them had checked with anesthesia in the hospital to ensure that I could be in the OR during the C-section along with the husband. And both of them, they were said, yes, absolutely, that is totally fine. We want you to be loved and supported. And to both of them, one happened this year, one happened 2 years ago. While we were in the hospital, mom was being wheeled to be prepped. The OB popped in and was like, oh, by the way, just kidding. You can't actually have your doula and your husband, so you need to pick right now. I suggest you take your doula because your husband's not really going to be much support for you. And I was like, wait a second. She had asked her entire pregnancy to ensure that she would have both people, and her husband deserves to be there for the birth of his children. Like, we need transparency. We need people to know the policies going in, to have those policies honored. So I urge favorable rapport for this bill.
Thank you. Thank you for what you do. Next, please.
Thank you for sharing those experiences.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Laura Eldridge, and as a consumer who had a home birth, by the way, as soon as I finish talking, I have to go pick up my daughter, the one I gave a home birth to, so I apologize for the abruptness. I am in favor of this bill. This bill is about empowering women to make informed choices about their bodies and their care team and what happens to them in birth, which can be one of the most empowering experiences of a person's life. I had a home birth, and after 35 hours of labor, I was transferred to a hospital and ended up having a cesarean. Despite being transferred to a hospital, I was so grateful to have an empowering and beautiful experience at home, bringing my daughter into this world. I knew that birth was the most powerful thing I would ever do, and that my empowerment and autonomy was essential. Too many of my friends who gave birth in hospitals some of them, of course, had beautiful experiences. However, too many of them experienced traumatic births where interventions were essentially forced on them. This bill will give birthing people informed consent, and it will protect them from these disempowering experiences. The World Health Organization reported that 42% of women worldwide experience some kind of physical or verbal abuse or discrimination. And I also wanted to mention a quote in the short time I have left from Gabor Mate, who is a renowned physician and author. He said, "Reducing women to passive recipients of medical care during such a momentous passage of their lives is dehumanizing. It disrupts physiological and psychological processes that ensure the necessary bonding of mother and baby and the healthy development of our young." Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I appreciate your time.
And thank you for sharing. You can stay seated for a second.
Oh, yes,
Thank you for oh, you have to go. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I know, but I just
seconds,
wanted to say thank you for sharing your story, okay? And I'm so glad you and your daughter are doing well, all right?
Thank you.
Safe travels.
All right, thank you.
Oh, Delegate Kipke has a question. We'll have
Chairman,
to wait for whoever's left.
To Mrs. Brody, I just want to thank you for getting to my house on time when the last baby came. You did a great job. And
The bar was set really low when it was a show up before the baby comes. I was like, that we can hopefully do.
And I wanted to give you the opportunity to share anything else that you were rushed at the end. If you finished, that's fine, but if you
Thank you. No, I appreciate that opportunity. But I just want to say, like, as a provider in this state, we are held to this incredibly high standard as a home birth midwife. There's, less than 40 of us. We have pages and pages of mandatory informed consent that we give to our clients. We are tasked with legally having these transfer policies in place in multiple places, on multiple levels, on a practice level, on an individual level for each patient. And we just want to see the hospital have some responsibility or accountability to bridge the gap of communication, because as it's been said over and over, that's what makes community birth safe, is to have midwives integrated into that system. When we call a hospital and we're like, hey, we're coming in with a transfer patient, and they're like, don't come. What do we do? And the pandemic has really exacerbated this. So I'm happy to take any questions on the particulars.
Any other questions? Delegate Taveras.
I'll just say to the young lady who spent 35, I'll rescind my previous comment. You guys are bad ladies. My cousin spent 48 hours and I was deathly afraid. If this is common, God bless you. Amen. That's why I don't have children.
I just want to say thank you then to Delegate Kippe's wife for not having a 35-hour labor.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions, and thank you for your work and what you do, okay? And
Thank
for
you
your
guys for the
passion. It
time.
shows.
We always appreciate being heard in this committee. It's so fabulous because the questions are great and the passion and the attention, we really appreciate it. So thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. And actually, committee, this ends the bill hearing on House Bill 1251, and we're going to the last bill of the day, which is House Bill 838, Delegate Collison, Health Occupations License Direct Entry Midwives Revisions. Take care, Delegate Halls.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. And Delegate Collison, you may come up with Kaylin McDonough, Paige Baraka, Toba Brody, Nikki Williams, and Jennifer Chaffee. Those are your panel.
Okay.
Sorry, and Paige is still at her birth, so.
Okay.
What's a long one?
You mean to tell me she didn't make it back?
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. This is Bonnie Collison presenting HB 838. You've been well set up for this hearing. For those of you who are less than 10 years on this committee, I want to tell you that I'm a convert. The first time I heard about midwives, I said, no way. It belongs in a hospital. A doctor's got to be taking care of you and all those good things. And in working with the women that you have heard from today, I was converted to now I want every woman to have the opportunity and option to make this choice, to have their baby at home. And if you've ever seen Delegate Kipke's children, you know what good outcomes are. Except maybe, I don't know, the one he delivered, a little mischievous maybe. So let's be clear. I mean, I think Delegate Tavares is learning, but I wanted to just review who licensed direct entry midwives are and what they know. They're healthcare professionals. And they're trained to provide comprehensive maternity care primarily in the home and out of a hospital setting. They're licensed by the state, and that's important because they've been licensed in the state now for 10 years. They provide prenatal care, labor, delivery, and postpartum care. They follow the mom and the baby after birth. They focus on personalized, low-intervention approaches to childbirth, emphasizing natural birthing processes when it's appropriate, when it's safe, and supporting the family's choices. Their training includes midwifery education, clinical experience, the knowledge of maternal and newborn health, enabling them to provide care that is both safe and empowering for families, for all families. And in addition to assisting deliveries, they also provide education and counseling on topics such as nutrition, breastfeeding, and newborn care. I think we passed a bill last year where we asked hospitals to help moms understand how babies should sleep. Midwives, that's all part of the services that they provide. How do you make sure your newborn stays safe? So we licensed them, or we began to license them 10 years ago, after about 3 tries at least in this body. And when we did that, we put up really strong guardrails. We wanted to really make sure that they were safe, that the babies were safe, that the moms were safe. And so we put all these requirements and restrictions on these professionals. And they accepted them because they saw that what they could provide to folks and to families, and they wanted to be able to practice. So the first thing this bill does is take the sunset off the license and say, okay, let's move forward now. But as a result of the experiences that we've had over these last 10 years, we're asking to remove some of the guardrails that we've put on because we don't need them, because they don't serve a purpose and sometimes they're burdensome. These include like removing the notice requirements to a private practice pediatrician when labor is imminent. So this is the private practice person who might be sleeping when the baby is being born, and you get to leave a message on their machine. It removes the duplicative notice to require the private practice pediatrician at the 24-hour mark after birth and the 72-hour mark after birth. The midwife is there. The midwife is taking care of things. If there's an emergency, as you've just heard, they are going to make the decisions that best serve the mom and the baby. Remove the requirement that the midwife accompany the mom to the hospital all the time and every transfer. In some cases, that's absolutely appropriate. Give them the choice of being able to choose when that is necessary and when it might not be, because the mom is not in the kind of situation that requires that. Looking at what conditions preempt the services of midwives. You know, we have a long list of them. Not all of them are necessary, and I think we need to really talk about what those are. And then making sure that, you know, requiring and removing the requirements that they share their practice transfer plan with the world, every hospital, when they're probably only going to send their patient to one hospital, where that's the hospital that needs the transfer plan. You just heard a bill a little bit earlier that puts midwives under the same kind of regulation and disciplinary action of all the other professionals on the Board of Nursing. So, you know, if we are worried about, if you have concerns about, you know, safety and, you know, professional practice, we're bringing them in, making them accountable. And so we've been working with all of the stakeholders. People are still nervous. People are still saying we need those things that we are asking to remove here. But I will tell you that they are having conversations with us. They are talking to us about why not all of these things are necessary and what we can do to make sure that everyone has this opportunity and that the moms and babies can be safe and thrive throughout their pregnancy, delivery, and postpartum. So with that, and you're going to hear from folks who have experience, who can tell you why those things are not necessary anymore. And I just want to reiterate, even with removing those things, the level of scrutiny, the level of oversight that the board is going to provide and has provided over the years will remain the same. So with that, I ask for your favorable report on HB 838. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and committee.
Thank you. Who's next?
You want to go first?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Chair. Caitlin McDonough, again, on behalf of the Association of Independent Midwives of Maryland and Maryland Families for Safe Birth in support of House Bill 838. Again, as Delegate Cullison mentioned, the most important part of this bill is the 5-year extension of the sunset. LDEMs are the primary provider of home birth services in Maryland. Should their licensure act lapse in July, we would have no home birth providers, essentially. I think we'd have single digits, like 1 to 2 nurse midwives who do practice outside of institution, but it would basically eliminate that as an option for women and patients in Maryland. And as Delegate Cullison said, the bill I can almost divide. It makes several changes throughout a very, very lengthy and prescriptive practice act. And some of them are around kind of functionality of midwives, like the duplicative notification. I'll note on the transfer plan, we do 2 transfer plans that are statutorily mandated. One is practice-wide. It's general procedures for how that midwife intends to transfer under various circumstances. And then there is a patient-specific transfer plan that will identify hospitals based on on the geography and preferences of that patient. That's what we would suggest is appropriate to share as opposed to. So there's nuances in some of these changes. It's hard to look at them without looking at the overall scope of the Practice Act. And there are some scope changes I would want to note around severe anemia, around certain congenital anomalies, and around women who are outside of the normal body mass index or a standard. And what I would also note to the committee, it doesn't remove them as total barriers to care and risk. What it would give the midwife and the patient the opportunity to do is consult with another health practitioner, determine whether those conditions can be treated with medication, or whether they warrant an immediate and total transfer of care, which is a big change for that patient. They can no longer have their birth setting and no longer have their birth practitioner. We have several midwives and patients here to support the bill and who can describe various specific circumstances, and happy to answer any questions. And I will also thank the stakeholders again. We've been talking a lot with the board, the department, ACOG, AAP, MHA. It's a lot. And I think we're actually, on this one, even though it's longer, maybe even closer. So Nikki, why don't you go next? Sorry.
Hello again, I'm Nikki Williams. My thunder was stolen a little bit by Delegate Coulson with the amazing introduction. I just want to share a couple real-world examples of what it's like to practice under these regulations that were put in place 10 years ago regarding the pediatrician point. When it says we have to call a pediatrician when active labor has started. You've gotten some testimony from some pediatricians that have said that this is not helpful and doesn't help them provide care. In fact, when we were licensed, we tried to follow the letter of the law and we were calling pediatricians or their nurse line at 3 in the morning. Hey, somebody's in labor. And they actually told us to stop doing that. So we're violating the law every time we catch a baby because we're not calling pediatricians when people are in active labor anymore. We still do communicate with them. We fax the records because we're able to take care of babies for 3 days. We can do all of the things that pediatricians can do. And the way that we have been doing it has been satisfactory for everybody. And then there is always a question about the transfer plan, and that we have to provide the transfer plan to the hospital that we're planning to go to. Last month, Frederick Health Hospital was hacked and had a ransomware attack, and they closed the hospital. So even if I had, for example, made all of the plans ahead of time and let Frederick Hospital know that there is a 15% chance that I'm going to be bringing somebody to you, it would have gone out the window anyway, because they were on diversion and I would have gone to another hospital. And, if it's the newborn who needs care, we have to think about the different NICUs that we could send to. So we're hoping to strike the communication with the hospital with our transfer plans before we need them. Thank you for your time.
My name is Tova Brody. I'm a direct entry midwife. I'm also a home birth mom to 6 kids. I'm on the legislative committee with AIM, and I also sit on the direct entry midwifery advisory committee at the Board of Nursing. Again, thank you, Delegate Cullison. You did such a fabulous job. It's always such a pleasure. So as Nikki was saying, what happened is we passed this legislation 10 years ago after many, many years. I have been here every year, talking about it, sitting down, and now we're living the practice and realizing that some of it is incredibly impractical. So not only do we notify a pediatrician in labor, we then call them at 24 hours and then at 72 hours, hey, a baby was born, and they're they're getting restraining orders on us at this point. They're leave us alone. Even if there's an emergency, you're going to a hospital or a NICU. This is not helpful. And I know that's a big point of contention with the AAP, but we work beautifully with pediatricians. We always, have our clients go on time. We send them electronic medical records. Another point, anemia. If a client's hemoglobin falls below 10, we need to transfer them out of care. So what that means at 28 weeks when I draw blood and I'm oh, your hemoglobin's 9.9, instead of saying to my client, start taking iron pills, I'm here are your charts, go find an OB who can tell you to start taking iron pills, and then when they do follow-up blood work and they get that number up, then you can come back into my care. It's not practical. I understand the sentiment. We are not about uncontrolled anemia. We can recommend oral supplementation. We can call and consult with a hematologist and get them iron infusions. But now that we're living the practice, some of this doesn't make sense. A big point of contention in the congenital anomalies. Some babies are born with extra fingers and toes. Not all of this is life-threatening. So we're gonna, we have been coming to the table with the stakeholders and, ACOG, MHA, Caitlin for officiating this. I appreciate everyone's time. I think that, and it's been helpful that we've come to the table in the past couple of months before even getting here. I really hope that we can, agree on some language changes and move forward, and I'm happy to answer any more specific questions. Thank you for your time.
Hi, Jennifer Chafee again. Good afternoon. I am a consumer, and I am on the board of Maryland Families for Safe Birth. We are submitting testimony in support of House Bill 838, which extends the sunset on licensure. Maryland Families for Safe Birth, grassroots, consumer-driven, we are working on improving access to evidence-based, culturally sensitive maternity cares. We often get inquiries for women looking for out-of-hospital birth providers, the majority of which are direct entry midwives. In 2015, Maryland legislature passed the bill licensing direct entry midwives. This was a huge step forward because it allowed licensed providers to begin addressing the growing demand for out-of-hospital birth. I was one who pursued non-licensed 15 years ago, and it was lovely. Aside from that, we still need improvements. Desire for home birth continues to grow, and we need more midwives licensed. Current regulations are limiting, and House Bill 838 is a critical piece of legislation to continue to meet the growing demand for out-of-institution birth in Maryland. This bill also updates the statute to improve the functionality of direct entry midwives within the maternal health care system in Maryland, allowing more families that wish access to care with a direct entry midwife. Current regulations are limiting and need to be updated to reflect realistic circumstances that have become apparent over the last 10 years. We urge you to support House Bill 838. We want to continue building on the progress we have already made for families that choose out-of-hospital birth. Thank you for your time.
For your time. And for those of you that are still waiting to testify, thank you for being patient. I'm going to open it up for questions now. Are there any questions for the sponsor and our panelist? Seeing none, I do have, you almost got away with it. I usually don't ask it, but I did see, and I know you did touch upon the Board of Nursing opposition and the favorable with amendment from the American College of Nurse Midwives. The Board of Nursing opposition, do you think you can get there? Are you guys making progress? Because they were, there's quite a bit in there.
Yes, I think they listed almost every provision in the bill. We did have a conversation with the board and with the department yesterday because I think they have a separate letter. And I do think we can work through most of the provisions. Again, a lot of this, similar to what we've heard today, is kind of explaining the real world experience and also making sure people are looking at the full Practice Act. When we remove one notification, there's 6 more notifications that stay in the Practice Act, various transfer requirements and things like that. So I would say a lot of the Board of Nursing's concerns that they raised are similar to the concerns that have been raised by the Hospital Association, by ACOG, and by AAP. So we've already been actively working on amendments to address some of those that I believe will address the Board of Nursing's opposition as well. And I believe they're going to try and meet on Thursday with their legislative committee to start to parse through some of that language, and I'll try and get that to them as soon as possible. One thing specific to the board, LDMs under current law have extremely prescriptive annual reporting requirements. They have to report on every aspect of every birth. They're the only practitioner that has to do this in the state, and I don't really think you could even ask another practitioner just given the number of patients they see. So we're not necessarily asking that removing all requirements around reporting requirements, but what we'd like to see is instead of having that all laid out in statute, empower the board, the direct entry midwifery advisory committee within the board to rework that process so that we can report, we don't have privacy issues for a small group of patients, the board's able to function and go through those records, and also other stakeholders like the Hospital Association are able to kind of glean appropriate data from that. So that's a big one I know with the board. So we've already been talking with them about what do we need to do internally within the regulator to correct that situation?
And where are we in the Senate?
We had our hearing a couple of hours ago, and it went very well.
Okay, who has it in the Senate?
Senator Lewis Young.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, I know you're in great hands. If there's someone that can get it done, it's sitting right there to your left. Okay, no other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Let's go to an unfavorable. We have Deborah Brocato from Maryland Right to Life. Just to be balanced. And then we'll come back to the favorable with amendment, and then the favorable, and then the virtual. And for the committee, we're doing great. It's 5:09, and this is the last hearing.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair and delegates, and we've been listening. Deborah Brocato again from Maryland Right to Life. On behalf of our board and our followers, we do ask for an amendment to exclude abortion purposes from this bill. Without it, we ask for an unfavorable report. Certainly, we're in favor of women having the choices of, having a hospital birth or having an out-of-hospital birth. And midwives do wonderful work with women in helping them deliver their babies, for sure. But the other thing that midwives are able to do is they have prescriptive authority, and one of the drugs that they are able to prescribe is misoprostol. Misoprostol, while it does help labor to deliver a baby, it also can be used to induce abortion. And this is, abortion drugs are very dangerous. We have seen the death of Amber Thurman in Georgia, where she was prescribed abortion drugs. It turns out she was pregnant with twins, ended up going to the hospital. She may or may not have known what was happening to her, but whoever prescribed those drugs to her did not follow her. And that's pretty much what happens when abortion drugs are prescribed. So that is why we would like abortion purposes removed from this bill. Also, because the midwife has the ability with this bill to transfer a woman to the hospital without going along with her. And there's also some reporting requirements removed. We also do not believe that if a misoprostol is prescribed for someone, that then the hospital and hospital personnel should be forced to oversee the abortion or complete an abortion. We feel that this should be, the liability and accountability should be held with whoever is prescribing the abortion drugs. So with that, for the safety of the women and girls of Maryland, we ask that you provide an amendment for this bill that is wonderful for women who are giving birth to exclude abortion purposes from this bill. Without it, we ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you for listening.
Oh, you're welcome, and thank you for being patient as we waited. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Let's go back to, actually, let's do the virtual favorable. Will you please bring Elizabeth Rayner and Kylie Reed Carroll up, please? I believe they're the only two, correct? All right, thank you so. Oh, just one person? All right, let's go with it. Nice to see you again, Elizabeth. You can go ahead and provide your testimony. I don't know if she could hear me. Will you be so kind and give us your testimony? You can start. Unmute yourself. Okay, go ahead.
Are you speaking to me? Sorry, I had to turn off my other screen.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. At the risk of boring you by repeating myself, but for the record, my name is Elizabeth Reiner. I am a home birth mother, certified professional midwife, and president of the Association of Independent Midwives of Maryland, AIM. I have been attending births for 22 years, and I am proud to be Maryland licensed midwife number 7. I'm here to express AIM's support of HB 838. Your support of this bill is quite literally a vote on behalf of the growing numbers of Maryland families who want to continue exercising their freedom and right to have home births safely attended by LDEMs. This sunset legislation is nothing extravagant. We are not asking to extend our scope of practice, which is something many of our clients and families who cannot currently become our clients request of us year in and year out. This bill primarily allows us to simply continue the work our clients already expect of us, and includes a few areas where midwives will need to consult with a physician or CNM rather than outright restricting them for a home birth. For instance, unlike in neighboring West Virginia, Virginia, and Pennsylvania, where I and many others practice, Maryland CPMs cannot currently work with mothers whose BMI, body mass index, is under 19 or over 35. 40% of women in their prime birthing years, ages 20 to 39, have BMIs over 35. Yet they're also essentially healthy and fit and great candidates for home birth. This BMI restriction disproportionately affects women of color as well. Another area moving to consultation is the current restriction on anemia. Anemia is a common condition of pregnancy that generally responds quickly to simple treatment. As the law is currently written, if I check my client's lab work in the middle of her pregnancy and her hemoglobin is below 10, I'm supposed to immediately transfer her out of my care. Generally, if I suggest an iron supplement, counsel her on increasing nutritional iron absorption, and it goes back above 10 within a couple of weeks, before she's even had a chance to get an appointment with another provider. At this point, she can come back into my care, but obviously this practice is impractical and unnecessary. Our clients do not remember a time before CPMs were licensed in Maryland and have come to rely on the high quality care that they receive from us. Please support this bill and the individualized, time-intensive, respectful, and safe care that Maryland LDMs currently provide. And just to address one other issue from the last witness is that we do not currently have prescriptive authority. So thank you so much.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much. Is Ms. Carroll up? Did she come back? All right, so let the record reflect that we did call her and she's not here. She was supposed to be here virtually. Let's go now to favorable with amendment. May I have Natasha Mehu and may I have Christine Cron, please? You can get started.
Good afternoon again. My name is Christine Crone with the Maryland section of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, here to testify in support only if the bill is amended on House Bill 838. I want to acknowledge the bill's sponsor and stakeholders for working collaboratively through this bill before it was introduced, and as introduced, it's in a much better place. However, Maryland ACOG still has a few concerns. ACOG reviewed the bill's provisions, keeping in mind a direct entry midwife scope, which is primarily to attend to a low-risk pregnancy and vaginal birth, providing prenatal care, labor support, delivery assistance, and postpartum care in a home setting. We understand that the bill was introduced because the statute governing LDMs was set to expire in October. In addition to extending the sunset, the bill aims to update the statute and expand it to try to capture the LDM practice. Within the bill's provisions are two lists of conditions, disorders, or situations that can occur as prenatal care proceeds, which would trigger either a transfer of care or a consultation. Our concerns primarily involve the conditions listed on the consult list. We feel some clinical clarifications need to be made, but we're confident that we can refine the language to ensure patient safety. We also feel that the current data reporting isn't totally worthwhile for quality oversight purposes. So we agree with making the LDM reporting requirements consistent with reporting requirements of other midwives licensed by the Board of Nursing. Again, thank you to the bill's sponsor and the stakeholders. We look forward to working on it a bit more in subcommittee. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Natasha Mayu here on behalf of the Maryland Hospital Association in support with amendments to House Bill 838. Again, I do also want to thank the sponsors and the stakeholders for working with us ahead of this introduction of the bill and ahead of the bill hearing and the continued work we will have discussing amendments that will address our concerns. Hospitals recognize the important role that midwives play, and we support extending their sunset. We respect the woman's autonomy and personal decisions about wanting a home birth. The safety of the mother and baby is always a priority, and so it's just with that lens that we raise concerns about parts of the bill. As you've heard, there are changes to their scope And those restrictions are as safe as possible to make sure that people are working within the bounds of training and experience. So we just want to be careful with changes, careful with keeping the patient's safety in mind as those changes are being made. You've also heard a lot about transfers, and we discussed this in the other bill, but hospitals do share concerns and frustrations with transfers when things go wrong. Childbirth is inherently unpredictable, and low risk can turn high risk quickly. So we all want to make sure we see successful births, and as they make changes to remove some of the requirements around transports and policies, hearing the stories of the problems that have arisen really points to the need for more communication to strengthen the processes for transfer so that really there's a good outcome for all. And so finally, we understand there's concerns with the reporting requirements and that they're onerous. We're okay streamlining as long as it maintains some quality review.
Are there any questions for these two witnesses? Seeing none, thank you so much. Oh, okay, Delegate Vice Chair Carlson, go ahead.
I just, it's a comment, Madam Chair. I apologize. I just want to thank you very much for working with us and for, recognizing how we can move this forward. And I hear you say, and I agree completely, the need for better communication. I think it was said earlier by one of the midwives that integration of the entire system is really important, and we consider hospitals and doctors very much a part of that system. So wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Let's go to Karen Milgate, Catherine Pontarolo Mag, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, Valerie Campbell, Laura Eldridge, and Lynn Nash. And those should be the last witnesses. Anyone else that is waiting and did not get called, can you let me know, please? All right, we got everyone. Is there anyone virtually? No, okay. Rachel Jordan, are you here? No, okay.
You want to go first?
You can go ahead. Who would like to get started?
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Valerie Campbell, and I'm supporting HB 838. I am a home birth mother. I was transferred to the hospital due to complications during labor, and I got to witness firsthand how some OBs do not appreciate home birth transfers. Upon arrival at the hospital, I was met with some resistance when I was exercising my rights to informed consent and refusal. And as soon as I rejected the first intervention, I was immediately met with, well, then you need a C-section. Valerie Campbell? You're welcome. So my midwives came with me to the hospital along with my husband, and they continued to advocate for me. And when it did become necessary for me to have a C-section, they also advocated to try at least forceps, since I was already 10 centimeters pushing, like, let's at least try to not have to do a C-section. So they continued to advocate for me. So I strongly support that we need more transparency with the transfer process, and this bill would be an amazing thing to push that forward. Thank you.
Sorry, okay? We appreciate it. And all of you, thank you for being patient, especially the baby here. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, once again, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Lynn Nash here on behalf of the Maryland Military Coalition. I'm always a staunch supporter of nurses, being a nurse myself, and I appreciate how this bill recognizes the independent practice of midwives. So I support the bill. Thank you, Delegate Cullison. You are a hero to nurses. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to present before you today. My name is Karen Milgate, and I've come with 3 points of view. First, as a national health policy expert. Second, as a licensed direct entry midwife in Maryland. I'm number 42, I believe. And third, as a mother that first had a cesarean in the hospital and second had a vaginal birth at home. Very thankful that there was a midwife that was willing to do that for me at the time. I'm also a resident of Greenbelt, Maryland, and I come in favor to extend the certification of LDEMs and also to encourage you to continue to work even beyond this bill to allow us to operate at the full scope of our training and knowledge. I had a 30-year career in health policy. I represented hospitals at the American Hospital Association, with large employers, and also consumers at Families USA. And then I turned to the public sector and was the director of the Office of Policy at CMS, and then deputy director for the Center for Strategic Planning there. And so I know a fair amount about payment incentives for quality and value. That was kind of my shtick, was to try to put value-based purchasing into place. After I left that agency, I worked some on my own as a consultant, and as part of that, I was part of the National Academy of Medicine Advisory Committee on the impact of birth settings on the quality and value of maternity care. And on that committee reviewed the evidence comparing outcomes and patient experience of care in both hospitals and community birth settings. We found that for lower risk pregnancies, which is the large majority of pregnancies, community birth is a safe option with fewer complications, higher satisfaction, and lower cost. Further, we discussed the proposals for removing barriers to access for community birth, and of course, most of those have to do with legislation at the state level. So we thank you for your efforts along those lines. But there, we proposed things like allowing midwives with national certification to practice at the highest level of their training. Anyway, I'll wrap it up. I did want to say one thing, which is this focus on misoprostol as an abortion drug. What midwives use misoprostol for is to help with hemorrhaging. That's the only reason we use it. So for us, it has nothing to do with anything other than after birth. If a woman is hemorrhaging, it's one of the medications that we're allowed to use. It's actually in the statute, I believe, that way.
Thank you very much for what you're doing for providing the service. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Catherine Pontarolo-Mogg, and I'm here to ask for your support of this bill. I worked in the hospital system for 8 years as a Spanish medical interpreter, which included interpreting for countless hospital births, as well as many prenatal and postpartum appointments. And that experience of witnessing firsthand how the full spectrum of maternity care unfolds in traditional outpatient and hospital settings informed my choice to choose a different model of care when I became pregnant with my son. I chose to have a planned home birth, and each prenatal appointment with my midwife team was an hour long, allowing us to get to know each other very well. Their thorough, compassionate care, combined with the continuous education they provided at every step, helped me to make well-informed decisions about my care and cultivated my deep trust in their expertise. Busy outpatient clinics simply do not have the capacity to provide that level of holistic care to each patient. When I woke up in labor the day my son would be born, I was grateful to stay in the comfort of my own home, knowing that my midwife team would be coming to meet me where I was. This is a significant shift from the hospital-based birth paradigm, where patients often arrive to be greeted by the faces of multiple healthcare professionals whom they've never met before and who are simultaneously attending to the needs of other patients. When my midwife team arrived, not only did we already have a close relationship, but their attention was solely devoted to supporting me and my husband as we welcomed our son to this world. Furthermore, in the first days after birth, they came to my home to provide all the health care my newborn son needed in the comfort of our home. Milk, yes, more milk soon. And they made multiple home visits to support my emotional and physical well-being as a new mother. So I hope you'll support this bill so that this unparalleled continuity and quality of care that midwives provide will continue to be accessible for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing your story, and I'm so glad he's here and he's doing well.
Thank you.
There is, I believe there's Laura Eldridge. Is Laura Eldridge here? Not here? All right. Record reflect that we call her. All right, are there any questions for this panelist? I know you waited to the end. We're here and we listen, and thank you for just being patient, okay? And what is the name of the little one?
His name is Leo June.
Hi.
Leo, like Leonardo, and
Yeah,
then
Leo.
June is a Korean name. Leo June.
Oh, very, very beautiful. Hi, Leo. Hi. All right. You have a wonderful, blessed evening. Safe travels home. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 838. Will you bring us down, please? And thank you, everyone, for listening.
Thank you.